So you got like a wall of just steel, just freaking
Yeah.
lead.
The cool,
You know.
yeah, the cool thing about that is like they make a pistol too where it can fire all the bullets out of the pistol in one shot. So it's got it holds like 10 or 12 in the barrel, and then you can decide if you want to shoot one at a time or send all of them simultaneously. And they literally fire like a split millisecond after each other. So it's like a straight spear of lead coming at you.
Huh.
It's like the ultimate cop mag dump. You know what I'm saying?
So AI, is that a picture of your vehicle?
Not my actual vehicle, but yeah. So the ones that we had, I got out before they put the So you see, like on the left guy, he's got that extra sight there on the left.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's a simultaneous sight. So the one guy is using the main sight to target the current enemy, and the other guy is using the other sight to target the next enemy. And he can automatically pull the turret to the next enemy immediately. Like it will automatically happen because the commander and the gunner actually each have their own separate control of the gun if the commander wants to take over. So they can actually track two targets simultaneously, and it operates on a gyro that tracks the attitude of the vehicle, and you can actually pull you have a trigger that you pull, which lasers the target and sets the gyro. So basically, like locking on in a video game, and then the driver can go all up and down, take a jump, whatever, and you'll just stay tracked on that enemy.
Yeah, the Abrams turret works like that too.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
now I will say this though: if you've never
But I gotta ask
experienced
about the
it, dude,
gyro though. Like, what about
what's
Earth's
that?
rotation, man? How does that work?
Nah, there's none of that, dude.
What if you lock on, right? But you have to take like a piss, right? So 15 minutes later you come back. Are you still gonna be locked on, or did the Earth rotate and
Hey,
now
hey,
like the gyro's off?
funny you're telling them about this. We argued once. You told me that the modern main battle tank's ballistic computer, first of all, you said it doesn't exist. You said that a gunner has to manually lead the target in an M1A2
What?
Abrams.
I didn't say it
And
doesn't
that's what
exist.
you told me. I remember, man. You said, well, okay, I apologize. You said that the gunner in an M1A2 Abrams has to manually lead the target, and that certainly the ballistic computer doesn't do that, and it does not account for Coriolis. That was the context of our discussion. And today you're a gunnery expert, huh? Just because you touched Bradley.
Touched him,
Well,
Bradley.
I thought you were going to say you had contrapositive evidence that my claims were untrue, but instead it's just an ad hominem.
Well, I'll let you do your own research, buddy.
Yeah, you do also realize that tanks get updated as time goes on, right? So, for example,
Yeah.
this
I specifically
Bradley,
said M1A2. That's a very old tank.
it doesn't matter,
M1A2, you
dude.
can take any
Yeah,
modern
they're like on like
main
iteration
battle
5
tank.
here.
Was it an M1A2 set? Was it an M1A2 set or not?
No, just M1A2.
Oh,
The
so
OG.
then you don't know what you're talking about.
The OG.
Oh my goodness, dude! You do realize that they have different equipment, right? Different computers on
I
different ones,
understand.
different
That's why
models.
I'm giving you the old one, the OG. The OG.
When did you drive it, Peter?
Never.
Never.
When did you work on it?
Never.
Okay,
When did you pass gunnery? Hey, when did you pass gunnery? Live fire.
Never. Never.
Oh, when did I? That's right, I did. You didn't.
Yeah.
yeah, dude, but he read a book, man.
Oh, yeah.
Take a look. Get
Peter
up,
read a
look.
book or saw a documentary, so he knows more than you that actually had to use it in practice.
Yep.
He heard you were wrong from a book.
Boom. Mic drop. Peter, why do you do this to yourself, dude? Why?
Because I'm cooking potatoes right now.
Dude, you are the potatoes. Now the gun on that, right? AI, you still around?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the gun on that. So when you lock on a target, say you switch targets, does the whole turret rotate, or does just the gun? Does it just like change the direction it's pointed? Is that gun fixed? Is what I'm asking, or does it swivel like that? Like so, it's attached to the turret. Does the gun
The
rotate
up
in?
and the up and down is up and down, and then to turn left or right, you have to turn the whole turret.
Ah, okay.
So when you laze the target, it automatic. So that as soon as you pull the laze on the target and it gets the distance back, relative to where you're at, it's going to automatically adjust the barrel for whatever round type you have selected, because each round type has a different trajectory. And
Now, how fast does the turret rotate?
really fast. I mean, I don't know the actual speed, but it's fast.
Like, would you like? Can it throw you off? Can it make you sick? Like, is it like that fast? Is it like amusement park ride fast?
I don't think so, because what I've experienced, it always felt smooth. But you also got to consider that you're tracking enemy vehicles, and they're not moving too much faster than you. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, you got a
You're not.
relative speeder.
Yeah, you're not. So like these vehicles can. I mean, I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, like the Bradley can only go like 45 miles an hour. The Abrams could go like 70.
Plus, you're shooting them from so far away, like their angle,
Yeah,
changing their angle is so
exactly.
small. That, yeah. Oh, AI, I realized something today. Talking to a globe earther. Not today, it was actually yesterday. And I know you'd appreciate this. I would bet, like, fucking all the money I have in the world, that the worst artist in the world is a globe earther. It's like they have no. I was trying to explain to this guy. So it was a picture out of windshield of an airplane where it shows the horizon is curved. And these guys are like, no, man, it's a fisheye lens inside the cockpit. That's why the horizon is curved when it's sitting on the frickin' airport runway. That's not the windshield, because the FAA spec says that there can't be any distortion. And it actually says because it can't have any significant distortion that would impede the safe operation of the aircraft, so it's capable of doing any maneuver. As if like
Yeah.
you're flying at 20,000 feet and like barrel distortion of your windshield is going to stop you from doing a maneuver, right? It's like you had no effect, dude. You're not supposed to be flying that close to other airplanes anyway. This isn't like look in the mirror like objects may be closer than they appear. I mean, come on, you're being silly. So, but their argument was like the center piece of the windshield, so it's divided into two with a metallic center, and it looked like it was curved. But the thing is, the camera was so close to the windshield, and it's looking at it at an angle, and then it's like it's not squared off, right? It's like an oval. And I'm sitting there trying to explain to him that, listen, man, like the camera's looking at it at an angle, and it's got a curve on the bottom. From this angle, it's going to make the whole thing look curved just because of the angle you're looking at. They could not even understand it even remotely. I'm like, you guys would be the worst artists on earth because you have no idea how orientation of looking at something changes the way things look. They just couldn't even fathom it. It blew me away. Like how, yeah, I say it all the time. These people are spatially retarded. Like I swear to God, they must have never played sports or anything. Like I don't get it. Art? No, forget it. They're never doing any art. They're drawing fucking stick figures and shit.
Oh yeah. So I revisited a video of the operation of the leading system on the Abrams, and you have to manually do it. And then after you manually do it, it will continue your manual tracking based on the distance and the speed of which you were tracking it prior. It doesn't just automatically do it when you pull the lock trigger. For goodness sakes! Holy crap!
Yeah, you have to, dude. You have to aim in the Abrams. It doesn't freaking isn't auto targeting. It locks onto whatever you manually targeted.
Another thing that people don't get too is that in combat, you're firing a wall of projectiles at somebody. It's not like, oh, I aim, target, fire, hit. It's
You're
like
an idiot, Crit. You're an idiot.
the whole team is firing at a
Yeah,
target
tanks are
location.
firing a wall of fire. Yeah, tanks.
Wow, dude, we're talking about Abrams. Suppressive fire against an area as they dismount and whatnot. Yeah, this guy's completely clueless. It was just a
Look at the
random.
battle of what is it? The Battle of 43 Hastings, man. How long the battle was and how many enemy vehicles were destroyed. Okay, it's a wall of fire, Peter.
Yeah, this guy's completely brain fucked. He just waved. He's mad at me for some reason. That in full disclosure, he's been messaging me some random shit and just waved for me to talk so he could squawk.
Oh, you must really piss them off. He's in your DMs.
Hey, you want to hear step one to using the lead system? Here's step one. You ready? Achieve a steady manual track on the target while holding the aim control trigger. Lays to update range. Still keeping aim control held. Oh, wow. You know what that means, Peter, my bro? It means the leading is done manually by the operator. I rest my case. Okay, basically what happens is after you lead it for a while, the computer will basically maintain that input that you've put in and just keep it going. So you don't have to hold the stick so steady while you're trying to aim at the thing. So it'll essentially give it a little forward oomph to it. Like if you taped your analog stick down on a video game, for goodness sakes. You don't just laze the target and then the machine it just goes, oh, that thing's moving to the right. I'm just going to track it and lead it. Now, to be fair, that's not impossible, but that's not how that system works.
Yeah, he's like thinking that somehow the projectiles are guided or semi-guided.
Yep. Yeah, so you have to know the range. You have to know the size of the vehicle. So, for example, we used to have these cards, like playing cards, and we used to have to memorize all the enemy vehicles for the theater that we were going to go to. So we would say that's a BRDM-2, that's a Tiger 2, whatever. And so we'd know approximately the size of it and the height of it. And you have little demarcations on your reticle that you can kind of use to gauge how big it is, and then from there you can gauge how fast it's moving, sort of, based on the range. And guess who has to do all of that? The gunner.
Here, let's see what he's got to respond. Typically, I think it'll just be another freak out.
Yeah. So here's what happens. You manually.
Yeah, he's fucked.
Yeah, you manually lead, and then the machine will keep on that similar input.
You could tell right in his voice he was ready to crack. He was already crackling and popping.
Yeah, he opened his gambit with you manually. It's the
Yeah.
same thing like when you pull the like the aim controls or lays button, right? Or trigger, sorry. When you're in the Bradley, like you could try to steer the turret without pulling that button, right, and maintain lock by yourself. But if you pull the trigger, you get all the assistance from the gyros, which is way better. But guess what? You still have to put the target on the enemy in the first place before you pull the trigger to activate the gyros. For goodness sakes.
Peter's confusing aim assist with auto aim, even though he's probably played video games before. That's the crazy thing.
Hey, dude, I just got to say this, dude. I know people have experienced lock-on in games, but when you experience lock-on with a physical object that you're in and being driven around, holy moly, dude! It's an amazing feeling. I'll tell you that much.
You know, thank God I'm cheating. You're like, I got an aimbot in real life, thank God.
Yeah, like the whole reason why Halo was so successful is they had like a unknown, like a thing in there that would get when they would detect the target near where you aimed, they kind of just filled in the missing data. And everyone's jumping around, acting all crazy, characters doing, running back and forth.
Oh, believe me, I'm well versed in how first person shooters aim, detect, auto aim, all that shit, dude. Most of the time, they don't model the bullet as a projectile. They use something called hitbox. So even though you see a model, there's an imaginary hitbox. Well, not imaginary; it's in the game, and the program figures out, hey, is this crosshair over that piece of hitbox? There's no delay. It's just either you're there. I know it'll display visually a bullet, a projectile flying out of your gun, but there's no actual projectile to do the computation on whether you hit the person. Now, some games do that. They actually model the bullets as projectiles, and usually, like in a game like Halo, they'll model this. So they'll model like certain things as projectiles, like rockets, snipers, grenades. Those things are grenade launchers. Those will be modeled as projectiles. Sometimes they'll have like a pulse gun that'll shoot a pulse. That'll be modeled as a projectile, but it's slow. But they're like the bullets, the things that shoot quote unquote bullets where you can't see the bullet. They'll model it as a hitbox. Because what'll happen is, and this used to happen in a game called Battlefield 1942, which was like 30 on 30, right? And it's basically capture and hold. So what'll happen is you have 30 people on one side, so there's one flag, say, and both teams are trying to capture that flag. So you got 30 people, all heading toward this one area. Well, if you're modeling the bullets, right, and everybody's blowing off fucking 30 rounds every freaking 10 seconds, the thing has to model, 30 bullets times 30 on one side and 30 bullets times 30 on the other side. Plus, so now it has to calculate all the bullets that are in the air and all their trajectories and all their speeds and all their drops. Like, it's just like when we used to play, when you'd have a scenario where everybody was going towards the last flag, the whole server would just lag and everybody'd be like going in slow motion, dude, because the server, it couldn't handle the amount of computation that it had to do. But the thing is, it was actually pretty good code because all it would do is slow down. They would actually slow down the animation instead of just like in some games they'll just skip the animation, right? So it'll make it look like I was walking and now I'm walking 10 feet further ahead of where I was just walking. What they would just do is slow down the entire freaking game so that everybody would basically move in slow motion, so the game would be running at half speed. So that was actually a pretty good coding. That was coded by Digital Illusions.
Yeah, I think I've seen clips of that where like Unreal Tournament, and then when too many characters would get close to each other, they made it, like, part of like the experience once everything got more intense, and then it slowed down a little bit.
Well, yeah, it's doing all the computations in a very small area, right? And if you have like it doesn't, it'll like say you have a bullet, right? The bullet's only going to travel so far. It might do the computation out to 100 yards, right? So if there could be some character that's 200 yards away, but it won't even do the computation if that person's that far away. They won't even be like in the hit circle. So the computer just doesn't. It'll show you firing the gun. It'll show your bullet flying off, right? But it won't show. But like, it doesn't do the computation on whether that person was hit or not. But when you have a whole bunch of people in a small area, it has to do all the computations. Now, say I'm looking at people, and there's 5 people in my field of view, and I frickin' burn off my magazine, right? The thing has to do the computation to see for each individual to see if a bullet hit them. Which is, you got to know the orientation of the weapon, whether it's the fucking you track the ray trace basically the path of the projectile, time it, whether they're going to run into it or not because they're in motion, right? So it has to do all these computations. But that was a badass game, man. Didn't know when they like made it to deformable terrain and like yeah, it was actually became even more cool. But they kind of got rid of that. I don't know if they model the projectiles anymore. It's just
Yeah,
it's just a bitch,
bro.
man.
That's dang right, brother. Man, I'm gonna have to pull out my scout manual out of storage. There's a lot of good stuff in there.
Is
By
it classified
scouts, I
material
mean.
in there?
Oh no, you can buy it if you wanted to.
Resolve your hot mic.
That's where they have all the forward observer tables for call for fire and all that stuff. Or if you just look at the bracketing, just a quick look at the bracketing shows you that the retarded claim that they need to account for Coriolis in order to land rounds on enemies is just retarded.
I know. You're like, oh, you went 50 meters north of them. Oh, that's impossible. Coriolis said you're 50 meters fucking east of them. Like, what the fuck, dude? Just keep firing in that same spot. Like, move, dude, point this way. Don't point that way. Coriolis.
Yeah,
Oh, man.
exactly. If they could accurately do that, then the term danger close before you call wouldn't even exist. Think about it. The fact that danger close, you have to call when it's within a certain range because the round variability is greater than that range. That right there proves it's retarded. They can't even necessarily guarantee that you're not going to kill yourself if you call for fire within a certain range. Yet they're telling you that they can place a round based on a calculating Coriolis within less than that range. That's just stone cold retard land.
I'm very
Case that
trying to think if I've ever heard anybody in the military that actually used the weapon system that you have to account for Coriolis. The only people I've ever heard do it are like maintenance people, right? People that like, oh, I worked on an airplane or I, freaking welded shit on a fucking sub or something stupid, right? It's never somebody that actually had to use the weapon systems. They never make the claim like I had to account for Coriolis. Never happens. Or curvature.
Wasn't it the case that when you look at the graph, the accounting for Coriolis was at the far reaching of the weapon system? Like saying
What
if
do you
the
mean?
Odylite sees curvature of the Earth, but you're looking at the curvature of the Earth beyond the accuracy of the limit.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so in other words, what I was trying to say earlier is that the round variability is greater than the margin of error. So in other words, if you accounted for it, you wouldn't know. If you didn't account for it, you wouldn't know. It'd make no difference because the round variability. Check this out, friend. Just hypothetically, put on your hypothetical mind. You're calling for fire. You're telling the guys, I want the round to land here. Okay? They try their best and they don't hit what you want. So then you have to bracket it in by saying, drop 50, add 100, whatever. And then they fire another round. If they miss, they fire another. So that's 3 rounds and they've missed. Now, do you think the 4th round is going to be more accurate or less accurate? It's a serious question. Think about it. Is it going to be more
I would
accurate
say
or less accurate?
I would say if my instructions were actually helping them zero in, then I would say that the fourth time would be more accurate than the other three.
Yeah, well, guess what? Statistically, the fourth and fifth rounds are increasingly less accurate, and they have to redo the entire firing solution from the start because after that, there's no point in keep trying.
Yeah, I mean something's fucked up. There's a variable change in the round that you didn't take into account. Firing more rounds isn't going to solve that problem.
Exactly.
So here's another thing, Tackle George. So say you fire a round in that particular weapon system, you have a circle of 100 yards, right, diameter, and like even with a perfect fucking firing, there's an uncertainty of that round could land anywhere in a 100-yard circle. Now you break out your freaking slide rule or whatever you're doing. You go, I'm going to do my Coriolis correction, and Coriolis corrects it 5 feet. Do you think that even makes any difference? Could you even
Yeah.
tell the difference whether you did the Coriolis correction or not? No, because your uncertainty is a freaking 100 yards, right? So it's so
Yeah.
stupid to take Over's claim.
Like even 5 feet's a stretch. I've seen people like do the math, and it's like centimeters, like 17 centimeters off where it would land.
Yeah. I'm just saying, man. I'm talking like fucking 10,000-meter fucking shots and shit. I'm not
Yeah.
even talking about bullet. Forget it. I swear to God, no one ever in the history of the world in combat shot at somebody, missed, and was like, fuck, I didn't count Coriolis. I would have nailed him dead in between the eyes, but I didn't account for Coriolis. Said nobody ever.
Yeah, you're talking about rounds that are in like 30 to 50 meter radius kill zone, right? So 50 meters on either side of where the round impacts, you'd be dead. So if it hits 5 feet over to the left or right, you're still dead.
Yeah.
Now keep in mind this argument isn't even logically sufficient to say that Coriolis effect in the manner in which they claim exists or doesn't exist. It is to rebut the claim that they need to take it into account in order to be effective. That's just ludicrous and laughable on its face. Basic
Yeah,
premise is
that's
if you
fair.
attempted to take it into account, it'd be irrelevant because the probabilities of what's actually going to happen are so much greater that you would have no way of knowing whether your accounting actually had a positive or negative impact.
The first, I actually kind of a little deep dive just a little bit, like where I came from, even in the military. And of course, it's always the French, right? Apparently, the French decided that they were going to include it in calculations with firing cannons sometime in the late 1800s because they had a lot of
Yeah.
fixed forts. They had fixed forts, but they're using fucking cannonballs back then. Like, dude, you can't even get the powder mix the same. Like, how the fuck you gonna?
Yeah.
Just the variation of the powder is gonna fucking
Yeah.
change the whole thing.
Yeah,
Man.
yeah. But the way I remember hearing that story is that they were missing. They just kept on missing and couldn't hit their targets until magically one day somebody came up with the idea to account for the Coriolis. And then they were just sniping fools.
Yep. Like, shoot him in the hand. Let's shoot that one. Shoot that guy in the left ear. I got my son
Yeah, and you're
over here.
right.
We're gonna get to like 9 digits precision.
Yeah, and keep in mind you're talking about antiquated technology versus modern machines that they can do a lot more precision with, right? So they expect you to believe that if it wasn't for Coriolis, there'd be no way to smack a fool. I mean, get real.
Yeah, man. Those people with the like back in the day, like during the French and Indian War, people with the muskets. They would have counted for Coriolis, man. Given a high rate of casualties.
Do you remember that there's this one movie where there's a scene where they're just firing cannonballs randomly into oncoming soldiers, and you just see the cannonballs just going flying through the ranks, just smacking people left and right, bouncing all over the place.
Oh yeah, dude. Like, look, back in the day, it might not even be a cannonball in there. It might just take some broken glass or some rocks and just fire that at people. Like, they didn't have the logistics that we have nowadays, right? They couldn't always have the material that they needed. They had a whole bunch of different type of projectiles they fire out of cannon. Flechettes, which are like a fucking like a chain with like blades on the end of it, or also a chain with balls on the end, like a cannonball. They
Yeah.
fire those.
Yeah, so real quick, so the alleged claim for Coriolis for sniper fire is 4 centimeters per 1,000 meters. Okay? 4 centimeters per 1,000 meters. So 3,000 meters, that's 12 centimeters. However, 1 mile per hour crosswind is a 10 centimeter displacement per 1,000 meters. So if you have two crosswinds, you're already greater than the variability. And if you're aiming center mass, right? Think about it. Again, you end up with a scenario where, like, if you accounted for Coriolis or didn't, you wouldn't even really know, because your spotter isn't actually going out through all the meters and discovering what the actual conditions are. Usually, what happens is they do the best they can. They fire the first round, and then they adjust and fire the second round.
Yeah, and they invented these things. What the hell are they called? Oh, it's right on the tip of my tongue. I'm being sarcastic. Tracer rounds. Want to see where the bullet's going, so you can fire more bullets in the place when one of those tracer round goes to the right place.
Well, Peter says I accidentally proved that Coriolis improves the precision of fire.
He doesn't understand a fucking word anybody's saying, does he?
Oh my goodness.
Dude, he'd never make it out of basic.
Yeah, he'd be like, "How dare you tell me what to do?" Like the drill sergeant tell him to shut up. Are you stifling my free speech?
So something that's going to land in a circle 300 meters, right, is going to be improved by something in the singular digit precision. Get real. You know what rounds hit with precision on the first shot? Guided munitions. That's it.
And they have problems. They're not as freaking. I mean, the best ones are like the lays, right? When you have a forward observer lasing the target, those are the most accurate. And then you have like, I guess the next step up would be like the cruise missiles with the freaking digital terrain mapping. And then GPS, and then inertial. The GPS kind of uses a quasi inertial GPS.
All right, so Peter's under the impression that the Coriolis is used to precisely determine the center of the round variable circle. And so the more precise you have a center, because he imagines it as an actual circle with a bullseye in the center, and you're moving that circle, and then the rounds can land anywhere within the circle.
So if the correction, right? If the correction is say 5 meters and the circle of uncertainty is 100 meters, All you're saying is that center is actually a circle that's 5 meters, and the circle of uncertainty is centered somewhere in that within that 5 meter circle. The center of the 100 meter circle has its center somewhere in that 5 meter circle. You're only ever going to shift the circle it's only going to shift in a direction 5 meters maximum. Peter, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Just shut the fuck up, dude. You're embarrassing yourself at this point. Yep. In Peter's reputation, what I said, Indio, you're so thick. Amazing. I've been corrected because you said some shit about me. I just must be wrong because you said some shit about me. I'm absolutely wrong.
He just did some random blurt, nuh-uh, like a little toddler.
You guys still bickering with Peter?
You know what? I kind of feel bad that I lost touch with the Fisters, man, because if I was still friends with the Fisters, man, they'd be in here fisting them, if you know what I'm saying.
Mr. Sisters were the worst.
What, you know the Fisters?
Just the
AI,
sisters.
AI, it sounds like you're eating your mic. Are you eating it?
What's wrong? What?
Notice
Are you
that Peter,
trying to
Peter,
shame
like,
me?
A little, a little.
oh, Peter's trying to get kicked out of the chat. You think he drank too much? No, he's talking about freaking Felicio.
Pop the guy in the Harvard Yard.
I
It
knew you were
always
gonna fucking do
degrades.
that. Son of a- hey, Flatsy. So this is gonna blow your mind. I heard somebody. I was coming. I was coming from downtown. I was coming from the gym, and I heard somebody talking on their phone, and their Boston accent was so thick I couldn't understand them. I was like, man, I wish I could get this guy to Discord because you guys would just be blown away. I couldn't even understand what he was saying. He was an old guy, but his Boston accent was just so thick, man. I was like, I can't even understand. It was like you ever heard like someone that's like from Scotland or Ireland speak, and if they speak like real with the real thick accent, even though they're kind of speaking English, you kind of can't understand what they're saying. You have to like pay attention, real close attention. He was talking like that with a Boston accent. I could like barely understand what he was saying. I'm like, you guys would get a kick out of this shit. So yeah, I
Yeah.
guess they still exist, and like the old school people are still around here.
I talked to a gal that was like that one time, and it was like I just like through text, like in a chat room, and then eventually talked to her like in real life. And I was like, holy shit, I can't tell if I'm really into it or really turned off by it.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just gonna say though, notice how Peter he gets cooked. He just says we're wrong. He never substantiates anything ever. Never once.
Oh, like Scott Mackey?
I mean, yeah, he's actually just like Scott Mackey. So his substantiation will be he'll share his screen and doodle in fucking paint and waste our time for 3 hours and not refute anything and think that we're supposed to just like slink away because he wasted our time. Like, dude, no, I don't think so.
As if we're supposed to forget that perspective is completely left out when it comes to Earth curve.
Well, these Cobras don't even know perspective. I've come, like I was just talking, yeah, like I've come to the conclusion that the worst artist in the world is a staunch Glober. They're an anti-flat earther. They can't even they like if they had to draw something, it would just be stick figures. They can't even conceive of how the world looks. So leaving on perspective, that's like they don't even know what perspective is. They see the world in like 2D side scroller.
Yeah, orthogonal, like numpty view.
Yeah, as Nathan calls it, Muppet vision. Dude, AI man, you posted that GIF, man, and Peter stopped responding. I think he's like going to take care of himself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was gonna say
Oh my
earlier
goodness.
too. A lot of the globalists they always degrade down to a conversation about male reproductive organs. At some
Yeah.
point, their talking point will be, "That's it." They've
You know what, bro? If I had a chance to go back in time before God sent me into this world and you have your choices of what you get to be, I would choose to be neuter and have no sexual desire whatsoever. And if I could have that, man, the things I could accomplish.
Well, that's
What if
crazy.
they gave you a woman's body with a male brain? You could accomplish a lot more, man. Sorry,
I,
Caliplasty. I'm not trying to be sexist, but women have life on easy mode.
oh yeah, mine is pretty easy. I'm not gonna lie. It's just
Well,
taking
I'm
care.
just saying, you could go to say I went into a bar and you went into a bar. You could go into the bar and say, anyone in here, somebody take me home. And you'd get 50% of the dudes or 70% of the dudes to take you home and do whatever. Now, if a guy does that, no matter how good looking the guy, shit ain't gonna happen. So you have this superpower that we don't have. There's
That's
actually,
yeah, that's true. But then again, I would. I don't know. You, y- I wouldn't be doing
I mean,
that.
I'm
I've
at the
never done
perks
that.
too. It's not all
I've
upside. I'm
never,
just saying.
but I've never walked into a bar and was like, "Who wants to take me home?" I've never done that to test that out, so I don't know.
Oh, please don't either. You're playing at the heart rate, dude.
I mean, I would never do that. Like, I haven't done it for a reason because
I'm
it's
just,
something I wouldn't do.
my only point is it's an option, right? I'm not saying you should do it. You definitely shouldn't do it. I'm just saying it's an option, right? So if you're a beautiful woman, you don't have to have any skills whatsoever. None. You can get somebody to finance and take care of your life just because you got pretty. And that's it.
Yep.
You know
What if
that.
you're
Come
an
on, that's
ugly
obvious.
woman?
And no matter how pretty, I mean, you can. Some men can do that, right? Get some, I mean, I'm trying to say this and be frickin' gentle. There's a lot of dudes in prison with very, very obese, overweight girlfriends taking care of them. And then when they get out of prison, they leech off them too. So I'm just saying there is that dynamic where guys can get girls to take care of them. But it's kind of like that's an exception, not a rule. Almost any girl can get a guy to take care of them.
Even with her face full of pizza.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah, man.
I
Oh
know
yeah.
a woman who was overweight, walked into a bar and was like, "Either of you ever had sex with a fat bitch?" They looked at each other and said, "Well, no." She was like, "Let's go." And,
What the heck?
Tactile droid out, man. You're a robot.
Yeah, the reason why I said that is because I made a GIF of myself with the TF you say, and Peter said Flatsy has definitely done that, and I haven't, so it was perfect.
Look, I mean, men pretty much and women, most men, look, no matter what, you're female. If you're loyal, right, and you're not problem, and by problem I mean annoying, bitch, whatever, right? Whatever a problem is, you can get some dude to take care of you. There's no problem.
You know,
It's not an issue.
that's something that I was just thinking of the other day. Indio, you made me think of it. you know, when they always ask those ladies at those podcasts, they're like, "What do you have to bring to the table?" And they're like, "I can cook, I can clean, I can, you know, blah blah blah." They always say those type of superficial things, and I'm like, why aren't you saying like things that matter, like loyalty and um, commitment and like just
Yeah, bro. Yeah. I can
hold
hire a
on,
maid.
hold
Make
on,
a
I
peace,
wasn't
and I
done.
can
Hold
make
on.
a nice and peaceful home, right? I can make a house into a home, like things like that, right?
Right.
Everybody can
Exactly.
cook and clean. That's called being an adult.
Well, yeah, and also, but it's something to offer. It's actually something to offer that's not superficial. Like you need someone if you're going to choose someone to be with for the rest of your life. You want loyalty. You want commitment. You want somebody that is trustworthy. Like all these things that are values and things you want value to your relationship. So whatever your intrinsic values are, that is what should matter, not the superficial things. Those should be already implied. Oh, and I was going to say
Yeah,
unconditional love. Unconditional love is what people look for in relationships because
So
you can mess up. You can mess up a bunch of times. You need somebody to be there through the thick and thin.
did you want me to throw up a stream, Indio?
oh hell yeah, hell
All
yeah.
right, I'll set it up.
Shit, dude.
Stop buying.
Dude, I'm on headphones. I shouldn't use them because I have to use Twitter on my phone because it'll crash on my PC. It just don't work good. So I should have used I'm using my headphones on my PC, which is like a retard when I didn't have to, and now they're gonna die. But anyway, go ahead. They haven't given me the warning yet, like battery low, so we're good.
Yeah, I'll set it up and then I'll drop the link in the home server.
Yeah, yeah, okay, cool. So Flatsy, you're 100% right, but like what you're talking about is like it's not even like what do you bring to the table. It's like those are actually personality traits, right? Being loyal, being wise, being wisdom, being like someone that isn't like fly by like what do they call it, a sunshine lover, right? I love you as long as everything's great, but as soon as everything goes to shit, I'm kicking you to the fucking curb and I'm jumping overboard,
Yeah,
right?
that's
So,
not an option.
but that, but
That's
that, but to not do that action is actually a personality trait, right? You know what I mean? That's something that's inside you that has to drive you. That says, hey, that's wrong to be that way. This is the right way to be. You know what I mean? It's something inside you.
well. It's also it's like it's trying to project or not really project. It's unable to see how people can make mistakes and how the person that would be judging, like if I judge you, I should be judging myself, you know, like I've probably made worse mistakes or just as bad or something, like to
I'm not
act
perfect.
to act like I'm perfect or that I have the
I'm
ability,
surely not.
well,
Dude,
to act
stop
like
interrupting,
Why are you
dumbass.
interrupting? Why are you such a douche, dude? Stop being a dick.
My bad, man.
Well, stop.
I'm not Jewish like you fucking kaikakaz.
man,
Ay,
degenerate.
ay, ay.
But just to act like somebody is like you can judge someone as if you've never done anything wrong, like that's ridiculous. And to hold somebody to such a high standard that you don't even hold yourself, that's crazy. That's literally insane.
Yeah, I mean the whole world is messed up. Quite honestly, it's and it's like we can sit here and just go through all of the things, but it's really fundamentally is that like the sense of right and wrong and the moral compass is just fucking been obliterated by quote unquote diversity. But it's like a different type of sense of diversity that like diversity, equity, inclusion, and diversity. We're talking like diversity of morals, right? Moral codes where like oh, I'm not religious, so I don't have to believe that lying is bad. You know what I mean? It's like secular marriage, all the problems, how they destroyed the family, like it's like a bunch of compounded problems that why we're
Yeah,
at.
but you lie. Yeah, but you lie to that someone who doesn't think or who is justified lying because they don't have some sort of religious reason to be that, like, morally that way. But you lie to that person, I guarantee you that they just wipe you out of their life.
No, what I'm saying is like there's like a foundation, right? So this shit starts when you're young. You know what I mean? When you're a kid, their parents weren't taught right. Their parents weren't taught right, and now they're not. They're taught right. So things like loyalty, that's like an alien concept. What's the reason to be loyal? I'm supposed to be happy. Like that's the standard. Am I happy right now? If I'm not happy right now, I have a right to be happy. How many times have you heard that? I have a right to be happy. And they
Yeah,
justify all sorts of stupid
it's
shit because they
entitlement.
have a quote unquote right to be happy. No, you don't have a right to be happy. Where did you get that
Yeah,
idea?
It's
exactly.
pursuit.
It's entitlement. That's what that is.
The pursuit of happiness. They replace it with their
Or
own
worse,
personal truth.
I deserve to be happy. That's the
Oh,
worst one, dude.
that's a good one too. Yeah, you hear a lot of that in divorce court. My impact or my lifestyle shouldn't have to change just because I get divorced. Fucking, what are you talking about?
It's insanity.
See what?
Honestly, we're living in crazy
Yep.
times.
You want me to tell you how stupid it is? Here, check this equation out. So the premise of why a man gives severance to a woman after the divorce is because she essentially has spent years of her life losing prospects, right? And so he has to remunerate her financially for that. However, because he has to give her money, he now has less money, which means he's less able to get a new woman, right? So if it's the case that men must financially give severance to their wives because that's what the woman needs, then transversely, the woman should have to pay the man for his lack of opportunity by giving him sex. So technically, the
Neither
woman should have
should
to
you.
still give the man sex after divorce if the man's going to still give the woman money after divorce.
There's no
Retarded.
justification for the divorce. See, this is the thing. If a lady decides that because she deserves has that entitlement to herself, like she deserves to be happy, so she should leave the man because for some reason she's not happy for whatever reason. It's usually her fault, and she shouldn't be compensated at all for leaving the man in a downtime because she was supposed to commit to him,
Yep,
be there
that's
through thick and
right.
thin.
Yep. You see, that's the problem there, Flatty. She broke the marriage vows, and so therefore she annulled the contract on her end. So she
Yeah,
doesn't get the benefits from the contract.
exactly. I agree
Yeah,
with
but
you. I'm
there's no
100% on board.
okay, but there's no punishment for divorce in secular marriage. As far as like from the state doesn't do anything to stop you from getting divorced, right? If you have a religious ecclesiastical marriage, right, and you both go to church or whatever, right?
She
You'd
gets
go to your
shamed.
you'd go to your pastor, your preacher first, right? And like you're not supposed to get divorced, and you have to get the church to actually approve your divorce, right? And then there's the social shaming associated with divorce and all those things. So they look down upon they like there is a consequence to getting divorced where they put consequences in place to stop you from getting divorced. The secular marriages, there's no downside, right? That the state wants the union to stay together. They don't do anything to make that happen.
Yeah, but simultaneously, also a secular marriage is pointless. Like, why get married
Oh
in the
yeah, I
first place?
know. That's what I'm saying. That's the whole point of me. That's exactly what I'm saying, Latsy. Is that it's pointless? Is because they don't even believe in the union. The secular state doesn't believe in the union themselves because they do nothing to preserve it.
Craziness.
At least the church says if you get eternal damnation, the state just was like, yeah, you can just do it again and fucking give us another $25 on a marriage certificate. Yeah, do it again and again and again. You can get married an infinite amount of times with the state.
I was saying last night, I think, I was like, why can't women just give up the right to vote? Because honestly, it's a pain. And most of the time, women are voting because of social things, like or social issues. And they don't actually reflect on these social issues. They just go with whatever their friend groups go with. So they all just like they're bandwagoning. There's no actual like looking into these issues to see like the root cause of it or anything like that. They don't actually care. They just want to fit in with their groups.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I have all sorts of problems with the modern voting system. I'm not even going to get into it. It just has all sorts of issues.
I don't even want the
I don't
pain.
think doing anything about like I don't think this is. I'm on this quite honestly. The system is so fraudulent that until you get rid of the secret ballot, it can't be fixed.
Yeah,
Because
exactly. It needs to be
you just all you have is a stack of papers, right?
transparent. Yeah, it needs
Yeah.
to be
So
transparent. Yeah.
yes. Stalin said it doesn't matter who votes; it matters who counts the votes. But that only matters in a secret ballot because you can always, if you didn't have a secret ballot, you could say you could just go back, right? The government could go, okay, is this your vote? Did you cast this vote? And you look at it, you're like, yeah, I cast that vote. Like, okay, we know this is legit. You get a piece of paper and you go, did you cast this vote? And they're like, no. You know that's not legit, right?
People are
You
vocal
can
about their
check.
votes on social media anyway, so why would it matter?
That's what I'm saying, dude. Everybody's advertising this shit as it is. You know, the point is that you can check the current system. You can't check because all you have is a stack of paper. At the end, you have a stack of paper with check boxes on it. You don't know if there's fucking human beings. You don't know if one person checked off boxes on 100 ballots, 500 ballots, 200 ballots. You don't know. There's no way to find out either.
Has it always been anonymous like this? I don't know. I haven't even looked into that.
I don't know when the secret ballot started. But I know the argument for it. The argument is so you can vote your conscience without fear of repercussion. Which
Yeah,
sounds good on the surface, but okay, I'd rather people vote their conscience and be afraid of repercussion than have fraud. Because fraud is even worse.
exactly. And also, if you're going to go by the fact that we are supposed to be founded on like a Christian nation, you're supposed to be able to live without the conscience because you're the mind that you have the mind of Christ. So you live without conscience in that sense. So you don't care who knows, and it's totally against Scripture if you're going to go by that the Christian nation. If it was founded on Christian principles, you're supposed to be living without that conscience because you're living in the flesh that way. You're supposed to not live in the flesh. You know what I mean? There's a lot to unpack there. I know, but
Yeah. It
really,
might be, I was just thinking maybe the secret ballot was more justified when people lived in smaller communities, right? And like you had to rely on other people more as far as like reputationally, like because people would just go, "Oh, you did that? I'm not doing any business with you." And like you own the only fucking horseshoer in town, right? And you got horses, and now you can't get your horse shoed because the horseshoe guy doesn't like you because of the way you voted. There's nothing you could do about it. But we're not like that anymore, right? We're not dependent on single sources of shit, right? Where reputation doesn't even matter. Believe me, it doesn't matter anymore. Like before, back in the day, if your reputation was bad, people wouldn't do business with you. People wouldn't talk to you. People wouldn't do anything with you. But now you have like Cardi B, who admitted they're fucking drugging and robbing fucking people as a prostitute, and
you
she's
are
fucking
so
like
right.
she's endorsing fucking presidential candidates and shit. Like reputation doesn't matter at all.
It's
Oh
disgusting. You're
man.
right. Oh man, you just brought up
So
the crux of the problem here is that reputation doesn't matter anymore. And you know what? that may be the reason why I was able to wake up to all of this craziness, is because really cared about my reputation in town, because I live in a kind of a small town and I care about my reputation.
Yeah, approximately the same distance. Yeah. So their claim is that the buoys have to be within this range so you can see them. I'm guessing that's what his argument was, because whatever was written up there was a hot mess. And he wasn't able to articulate it because he's a hot mess.
I mean, it's the best they got, bro.
Yeah, so for example, it would go something like this. As you approach the shore, there's corridors that they want you to travel in with your boats. They mark them with buoys. Have to put the buoys within a range that you can see them, because otherwise they'd be obstructed by the Earth curvature, which is based on this formula. Therefore, I'm concluding that the reason they put them at this range is so that I could see them rather than them being obstructed by the Earth curve. Right? See, that's beginning to sound like an actual point or an argument. But, I guess 137 IQ is too much of a deficit to be able to make it clear.
You know what's funny?
That you're the only Glober we got to talk to.
That's pretty
yeah.
funny. I like that.
But also, you probably need at least IQ of 80 to understand why the Earth is.
You know what's funny is Shane's new video going over Jesse Path of Light's theodolite measurements where they're from 75 miles and their instruments are only supposed to be used at 50 meters, dude. That's what's funny. And that's your
We busted him up on that argument
that's
conspiracy so many times, bro.
That's
so many times.
That's the only proof Peter's been bringing to the table for a year and a half, and he's like the globe gangster here on Twitter. So no, Peter,
Conspiracy, you are not the
moron,
smartest cookie in the
Well,
jar.
You're the smartest Glober, and that's
You need
not
to know
saying
that.
much, dude.
Ad hom.
I am the second smartest Glober.
Appeal to authority.
Who the fuck is the first?
I think it's in Morwan. Is
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh God.
well, Morwan.
Now, if you guys were actually saying that he is, but maybe just you, but everybody else throws him under the bus. What does that got to say for your group? Everybody else throws him under the bus.
He is the ultimate Glober.
Not according to the internet trolls.
Well, you have no sense of humor. That's your problem.
I mean, they
That's
make
just
fun
they don't
of
like
Bill
what he said.
Nye too.
I'll tell you.
By the way, sense of humor is one of them. One of the things that predict high IQ.
I think Hugh Ross. Hugh Ross is the best Glober.
Why doesn't Franco come up here? Isn't he?
He's probably busy smashing protons together.
Yeah, Franco's actually
Right.
would be really great to have up because he's on a whole other level compared to professionally, anyways. Compared to Piper. Like, no, we don't know anything about Piper, right? But Franco's out there.
Well, I mean, if he's got that sweet proof of a momentaneously rotating horizontal, I mean, that would be something. I'd deal with that.
I would
That
say
proof only exists in your head.
I would say Franco's like just under Mike West as far as like, kind
No
of that.
fucking way, dude. Mick West? You talking about Mick West or Mike West?
Yeah, Mick West. Yeah, the debunker guy.
I don't know about that.
Hey, check it out. So if I have a level and I hold it level and I transpose my position across the surface of the Earth laterally, then that level, if I hold it level, must rotate constantly.
Yes, I told you this like
right?
2 months ago.
Yeah.
Yes.
So where that sweet proof that that's what's undergoing in the
Oh, easy peasy. It's called diverging verticals.
That's not the same thing, homie.
You guys should bring up. It is. You just need to think about it a little bit. You guys should bring up Keon. He's gonna tell you about UFOs.
Yeah, Keon's up here. What's up, Keon?
What up, Kian?
Gion, tell us about the extraterrestrials and how they are going to change the future of humankind.
I thought the topic was flat Earth.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Just flat Earth is boring. Unload.
Bro.
He's my good friend.
Who cares?
No, so
I do.
I had a question for the flat earthers.
You're a flat earther, Kion.
What's the question, dude?
No, I'm not, Peter. I'm not flat earth. Like, have you tried measuring the curvature before?
Have we ever been to Narnia as well? I mean, you want to add a list of things that people can't do?
No, I'm saying because Peter just said that he measured the curvature. Like, have you?
Oh,
guys
he
tried?
said that?
Yeah, he said that. He
Well,
actually
that's
did.
great. How did he do it?
No, I'm asking you because I'm not a flat earther.
I know you're not, but how is it possible that you can do something that can't be done? Sounds kind of impossible, right?
You've just basically said Peter didn't do the thing he said he did. How do you do it?
No. I said Peter did it. He actually measured the curvature.
Really? How did he do it?
Yeah, he
Is what I'm
didn't though.
asking you.
He explained it in multiple spaces.
Okay, wait. Without him explaining it, Peter, shut up. How did he do it?
No, listen, I'm asking the
Yeah,
question.
I am listening. How did he do it?
No, Peter.
Yes, Peter. I'm talking about what he did. What did he do? If you were listening in all those spaces, I think it would help. You know what? It would boost his confidence that you actually paid attention. What did he say?
I don't know.
So you're appealing to him, and
No,
now
no,
you don't
'cause I
know.
don't
Yeah,
know.
this is important, Keon. You know what? This is a teachable moment for you. You've appealed to somebody whom actually you look up to, and you don't know what they did. Doesn't that feel all kinds of wrong?
Because Peter is a lot smarter than me, right? So he knows how to
Nah,
measure.
I don't think so. You're giving him way too much credit. But at the same time, you didn't pay attention if he did say anything because you just said he did something, and I asked you, what did he do? What did he say? And you were not able to tell me.
This is not the first time that he talks about measuring the curvature.
Okay, so at
He
least you should have paid attention to the one time, and you didn't do that. Listen, I won't get complicated with you.
I did, but
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know how to explain it.
Well, just
'Cause
try your very
got-
best. What do you think he said? Anyway,
He got the numbers. I don't even know how you.
What
put those
numbers? What are the
He
numbers?
got the numbers.
No, he said he used 4 parameters to measure the curvature.
There you go.
But I don't know how do you do it. But I'm asking you.
How do I do it?
As a flat earther? Have you ever
I
tried?
don't measure imaginary curves.
But have you tried though?
And measuring imaginary curves?
No, because see, if there's no curve, then you would know, right? If you tried. But have you tried?
Yeah, you can't measure imaginary curves. They don't
But
exist.
Have you tried?
Why would I measure imaginary curves? That doesn't make any logical sense.
Peter's got the numbers and he's coming for you.
If he did something and you think he did, I'm asking for you to just detail to me what he did. Like I said, it would boost his confidence because you were listening all those many times. So it almost sounds like you're appealing to Peter because he has the answer, but you don't know what it is. How does that make any sense to you?
Appeal to Peter, Paul.
Well,
Go ahead. Well, what?
He's not the only person who measured.
Really? So,
Yeah,
so we're not gonna throw Peter under the bus because you don't know how to explain how he did it. Well, who else?
No, because I don't even understand the map, so it would be ridiculous for me to.
Dude, so what? Okay, so what do you understand? Is there anything, Keon, you can understand and tell me that you know?
No, I wanted to ask you, have you tried measuring the
Oh,
curvature?
hell no.
Okay, so hold on a second, friend. If you don't understand the math of how to measure curvature, then whatever we tell you, you wouldn't understand anyway. So what's the point?
No, but I'm asking, have you tried measuring the curvature before? Because Peter, as a globe, he did it, right?
He's got the numbers.
No, he didn't. No, Peter actually didn't do it. He appeals to this other guy who did it, who, if you look into his experiment, he's not even using the equipment properly. So it's kind of funny you don't even...
Yeah, hold on, guys.
Yo.
The reason why I'm saying...
Can I speak? Can I speak?
Yeah, I brought you up, Wayne, but just hold on a second. Keon, the reason why I'm saying this is important for you that if you're not paying attention to any of the answers that the Globers are saying, be it that it could be important, and I think it would have been, like, maybe for you, it would be important to remember what Peter said if you're appealing to him, right? If you are, you should remember a little bit of what he's saying or write it down or do something, because perhaps when you appeal to him, when I ask you the question, what did he say? You could tell me. And then everything would be good because you'd be like, this is what Peter said. I'm going to tell you what he said because he measured the curvature of the earth. But you don't have any of that, which means you weren't listening. See the problem we're having? All right, so just I elucidated that for you. Let me just ask Wayne. Wayne, what's up, man? Welcome to the panel.
Does Wayne have the numbers?
Yes, I have the numbers. Okay, so can I just say, first of all, are we all flat earthers here? Yeah.
No, listen, there's a mixed bag. So just what do you have to present, sir?
So to all the flat earthers here, you're all fucking twats. When you walk at the edge of the earth, do you fall off? No. Hi, like it's not fucking flat. You're stupid twats. All these.
You done? You quite done?
So you stop euthanizing stupid people.
No, I'm just saying. Like, is that all?
What he's saying? No. It's a serious logic here, right? When you walk to the edge of the earth, does someone be falling off? Here, I'm off the edge of the earth. Here. Like honestly, think about it.
Yeah.
How the fuck could it be?
It didn't sound like a serious question.
That's great.
I do have a serious answer.
Yeah, no, it's
I
a
have
statement.
serious
It's a
answer,
statement.
friend. I'll tell you the answer. So if somebody went to the edge and fell off, they'd be gone. So how would they come back and tell you what happened?
You are a twat, yeah?
Gotcha.
What's your IQ? What the fuck
Got
is your
him.
IQ, mate?
What's the crack, horse? What's the crack?
Got him.
How's the crack, horse?
Yeah, dude. Like seriously. Like you don't think we've?
Where are you from, Wayne?
No, we ain't gonna ask him that.
From Dublin.
I ain't gonna ask him that shit. We don't care.
Okay, serious question. Who's flat earthers? Give me your logic.
Oh God, dude. Like seriously, are you gonna get real or are you just gonna keep acting like a fool?
I'm real now. I'm real.
We don't need to tell you.
You got to keep it
Listen.
real, bro. Otherwise, there's no point in you being here. You're going to be a clown. This is a serious topic. This is like we don't fuck around, man. Look, we're here to help each other.
The future of Earth is at stake.
How the fuck do you help each other?
Do you have a question or no?
Yeah, I just said my question. Like a flat earther, give me a reason why they think the Earth is flat.
They don't really. They're just memeing on the
Peter,
internet.
shut the fuck up. All right, so Wayne, it's simple, man. We observe the Earth as flat, we measure it as flat, and we also practically use it as flat. I could talk about those points, but I don't know how far you want to go. How much time do you have, or if you're just gonna be fucking memeing and wasting my time?
I have all the time in the world, buddy. All the time.
Sounds like you're in a party, man. You're just here to meme, but fuck it. Whatever.
His
No,
accent,
he's just Irish.
His accent's awesome to add to the board, though. So stick around, Wayne.
Fine.
Go on, guess my accent.
Nobody gives a shit.
Well, he does.
Dude, I lived in Ireland for 2 years, okay? I cannot pinpoint where you're from.
Right, Peter.
My guess would be
Peter's right here.
maybe Limerick.
All right, let me bring up
no, you're close. It's Galway. You're close.
No? Galway, okay.
All right.
Beautiful place.
Yeah. I'm going to bring some other people up here because you guys are fucking boring. All right, so.
Thank you, Alpha.
By the way, in the Jumbo,
Hold on.
Gregory,
when it's my turn, I want to. Yeah, when
check
it's
it out.
my turn. When
In
it's
the
my turn.
Jumbo, Gregory, in the Jumbo is a proper measurement of the curvature of the Earth. Just something to
Oh,
look
shit. You ain't fucking around now. All right, so, yeah, gentlemen, if you want to take a look at that and give Peter.
Yeah.
your answer.
Petraki, Serigaki, and Anoso Somostaki. I've been listening to you.
Malaka. Malaka.
Peter, I've been listening to you, man. I love you, man.
Malaka.
You're just
it's
like,
Polish.
like a turd bag. You know when you're straining, when you're fucking trying to do a shit and you're constipated? That's you, Petska. That's you, Petraki, Serigaki.
Malaka.
All right, then. We got the Rev in here. The Rev, are you there?
Yeah, thanks.
What's up, man?
I've been listening, and I'll be completely honest. I don't know if the Earth is flat. I've always believed and trusted that it's not, that it makes sense to think of it as a globe because of some reasons that maybe you can tell me are wrong. But the reason I popped up is after listening to all this back and forth, I've got a question of what flat earthers would think about some way to prove that it's flat Earth, or no. Let me change the question. What do flat earthers think about? This is my thought. If you to take two airplanes flying in opposite directions, what would happen after the flights? Would they meet up, or would they just disappear into off the edge?
No, they'll go to the edge.
All right. If you're gonna answer, listen. This is how I'm gonna do this space. If you're not the 24/7 team, don't answer. If you start answering and you're not 24/7 team, I'm gonna put you as a listener. If you're a listener now, or if you're
Why count us 24/7 team?
if you are in the panel right now as speakers, it's a privilege to be up here, but you don't have to be. All right? You can just go back down to listen.
But am I 24/7 or
Fuck's
no?
sake, dude.
I got your answer. Here, let me just remove you as a speaker.
Thanks. All right, so we do want to address the Rev. So if you're there.
Yeah, I'm here. I'd like to know. In other words, if you have a flat Earth, if you keep going in the same direction, eventually you will get to the edge or the end or whatever happens if the Earth is flat. And if you have two opposing directions flying, what happens? Do they eventually meet up? That would prove a globe, I assume. Or they never come back, or they never see each other.
Yeah,
That
you're talking about a hypothetical. It's called the specific hypothetical you've posed right now is a far-fetched one. That means that it's something that's outside of a practical hypothetical. That's not something that could be occurring in reality. People don't do what you just exclaimed. However,
Why not?
Because okay, give me one instance where that occurred. I'll prove it to you.
Well, here's my
No. Give me one instance. Rev. Work with me here. Give me one instance where that occurred.
Let me finish my point.
No,
The point
you need
is,
to answer my question.
outside of
No,
the
that's
world.
not how this works. That is not how this works. I get people to realize whether or not their statements are consistent with reality. So that's what we're doing.
Well,
Right?
you
We're
said
establishing.
that.
Do
my
not
question
interrupt
is
when I'm
not
speaking,
understanding
Rev.
all.
It's simple. Do not interrupt. It's simple.
Well, you don't like it.
No, it's not that I don't like it.
No,
You're
it's because it
interrupting.
doesn't get us anywhere, bro. It doesn't.
Okay, I don't want to have to do this, but I'll do it because I want Rev to realize whenever you're posing a question, and it has to be logically consistent with practical hypotheticals. If you're going to say a hypothetical, like think about us going from this position and a mile away, like something like that. Not we got two planes that are going in opposite directions. This far-fetched hypothetical that doesn't ever occur. And I asked you specifically, give me one instance, one example of it occurring in practical reality where somebody's ever done this so that we can put that against how we can frame it logically and consistently. That's all I'm asking for, Rev. Stick with me on this.
Fair enough. So I will answer you if you allow me to finish. I don't know if it's ever been, and I wonder why it's never been done.
Okay.
And as a flat earther, if somebody believes in flat earth, I would think that they would like to prove that or somehow create some sort of a way to absolutely empirically prove that one way or another it is flat or it's not. And I don't know if it's ever been done. I question why it hasn't been done.
Okay.
You just said you knew it had been done, though.
All right, so 24/7 team, if you're here, if you want to talk to this guy. If not, I'll just continue. I'll give you guys.
Well, it's pretty easy logical proof. If water seeks its level, and the Earth is mostly covered in water, the Earth therefore must be a plane. No other conclusion can follow.
But that's not the question, though.
Not talking to you, Keon.
Can I answer?
There you go. There it is, logically proven.
Well, you're saying that's logic. You're saying you're denying gravity. Do you believe that gravity exists?
No, I'm not. I'm not denying it. I didn't even mention it. That's
Well,
just
I am
irrelevant.
for the reason of arguing back or debating back to you, because you're claiming that a level of water is always level no matter where you are on supposedly a flat Earth. If you take gravity into consideration, then you have the moon, tides effect, etc. All of these things affect gravity. So if you believe in gravity, but you don't believe in the Earth being affected by different levels and different gravitational pulls and gravity itself, That's not logic. That's just a way for you to not address the issue.
Didn't address what I said at all. This is complete
In your-
non sequitur.
I'd like to address what Heretic said, but I'll wait if he
said
asks me to.
water is seeking its level. So that doesn't mean that you can't have forces acting on it. You can't have wind and tides and stuff like that. That means that when it's still and at rest, it's going to find its level and it's going to be flat and horizontal over its surface. And if that's the case, then you're dealing with a planar world, not one that's curved in a globe. Period.
Yeah, you brought up a great point, and I'm on your side with that. Water does indeed seek its level, and it finds it, like in a lake and stuff, but
Soon enough, you're going to realize when we're in here speaking to somebody seriously, the 24/7 team's taking control, and we're going to speak to the individual, specifically that person. If you interrupt, you'll be put as a listener. That's just the way it goes, guys. You'll
Can
see
I
the
continue?
You'll see the 24/7 in action, but you can't interrupt. Please continue, Rev.
Okay, so I don't know how I'm supposed to be able to believe that you are right by these statements that require logic according to your specifics, to your parameters of logic, when you're using things that, in my opinion at least, you're denying, like the gravitational pull from the core, the magnetic. What about compasses? Do you believe that the Earth has magnetic south and north?
Yeah, that's just another red herring.
What do you mean a red herring? It's literally a compass. What is a compass? Do you believe in compasses?
Yeah, that's a red herring again. You're just
How,
asking.
how
me
long
a
until you invoke
off-topic
the speed
question.
of light, I wonder?
I can't prove speed of light. I don't know about that speed of light.
Hold on, Rev. Let Harry take control of the conversation. We like one-on-one interaction. So the guy, when they get distracted, they focus on the other thing that you asked them. They're not focused on the
My bad.
interlocutor. So, just real quick, go ahead.
We're just going all over the place. I mean, you're not addressing what I said. All
Well,
I brought
you're not
up was the
addressing what I
levelness of
said.
water, and you're just going to all sorts of other things. So it's a bunch of red herrings.
So all your proof, all of your reasoning, all of your rationale is calling it red herrings.
No, I'm saying that because you're not addressing what I said. So they are red herrings.
You're back to the same thing.
Well, you're back to not addressing what I said.
Oh, what exactly are you asking me to believe that you are right in being proof of a flat Earth? That water seeks its level?
Yes.
That's it. That's the only thing that I need to know to believe that I've been wrong, and everybody else that believes like I think commonly spoke and belief is the globe. The fact that that one thing, water seeks its level, that's all you need to prove flat Earth.
Absolutely, because if it's doing that and not seeking a curve, then there can be no globe, since most of the face of the Earth is covered in water. That water must all be seeking a curve. It has to be curving with convexity for it to be a globe. And if it's not, if it's level, flat, horizontal, or seeking a level, then that's not the surface of a globe. It's impossible.
So again, you discarded my thought of being able
Yes,
to prove
that is
the
all
2
you need.
points.
Yes, I'll just answer it directly. That is all
Can I
you need
finish?
to demonstrate that the Earth is a plane. Yeah.
Yeah, well then I have no other. I guess I have no other time for you, because you discarded my experiment as being illogical and it's never happened because it's never been done, because I don't know if it's ever been done, and you're basing it on a simple level and seeking. You're just using one metric, one parameter, one reality, ignoring everything else. I have magnets on my refrigerator. There's magnets, but yet you deny the magnet of the poles. You
No, I don't.
want to have
A straw man and a red herring. It's
a
not
red
addressing
herring
what I
and a straw
said. It doesn't matter. The magnetic pole doesn't matter. It's irrelevant to what I said about water and the deductive conclusion that must follow that the Earth then is a plane.
So if the Earth is flat and it's a plane, how is it that it exists? What's underneath the flat? The top and the bottom. What's on the bottom?
What? What's that got to do with anything?
Well, if the Earth is flat, I assume is it not like would be a plate? A plate is flat. It has a top and a bottom.
I don't know. So that would be making some sort of a shape claim, and I'm not making that. I'm just saying that the surface is obviously planar if it's mostly water, and that's what we know.
So if you know that, what's underneath the water?
The
On
ocean
the other side.
An abyssal plain that's also pretty flat.
So that's it? That's all we need to know?
Well, I mean, to answer
Yeah,
your
pretty much.
question, yeah. Your question was, how can we know that it's flat? And I told you how we can know.
Is there an edge then on a flat Earth?
Well, there probably is a limitation to it, but we haven't explored it. I can't answer that question.
So it's an infinite flat.
No.
plane.
No, I didn't say it was infinite. I said I don't know where the limitations or the boundaries are. But
Isn't it supposed to be an ice wall or something?
well, that would be Antarctica, and Wikipedia calls it an ice wall. So flat earthers didn't term it an ice wall, Globers did.
And if a flat earthers don't believe that it had, so clarify that for me. Is there an edge, an end, or not?
Yeah, there's probably a finite extent to it, but I haven't been there, so I can't point to it for you.
I'm not asking you if you personally have been there, but out of all these conversations of flat Earth, wouldn't that be something that I think would be important for you guys to be able to explain? And
I think there would have to be a limitation to it because there's gas pressure, and gas pressure requires containment. If it was just some sort of infinite expanse, you'd have to have infinite gas in order to have that gas pressure, and that doesn't make any sense to me. So I think there has to be some sort of finite boundary containing the gas.
And what contains the gas? Is it in a bubble, a dome? A gas has to be contained, otherwise it's free radical, right?
Exactly. Yeah, it's just going to fill the limitation of its volume. So there has to be some sort of wall or barrier or something that's stopping it from expanding somewhere.
Again, I go back to the point of if it's a flat earth argument, then you would have to at least try to convince others. You should, in my opinion, have some sort of a way to explain the edge or the length or the width or what happens or the edge or what's underneath the flat plane. Those are all my questions I have.
What's underneath? So like what's outside of it? Like what is the earth on?
Outside of what?
Is that what you're asking me?
I'm asking if the earth is flat, if we are to believe a plane of flat earth where water always seeks its level, where it's contained and there is no way of determining otherwise, that it is nothing but flat. It only logically can be flat because it's observable, because when you look, there's no measurable distortion, blah, 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 etc. All of these things. Okay, let's go with that. Then you would have, my opinion would be, it'd be easier for you to explain and convert people, the Globers as you call them, to be able to have some answers for simple questions like, where does it, if that's true, how is the limit defined? Is there no limit? If it's flat, it has to have a limit, correct?
Well, I already told you that I think it must, but I mean, I haven't explored it, so somebody would have to in order to find it.
Okay, so
Maybe they
anybody
have.
else?
I don't know. Ask the
Does
Navy.
anybody
What
else?
should I know?
Obviously, you run in flat Earth circles, and people that are much more knowledgeable about this than I am. I'm just asking questions that I think flat Earthers would like to know in order to validate their point. It doesn't seem like that's the case.
Well, I mean, I can give you stories about it, but what good would that do? I can't validate them. I don't know exactly where the boundary of it is. I can't tell you where to go. I can't give you any coordinates or anything like that. I don't know.
I'm talking about within
I
the
think that logically, like I already said, based on the argument of gas pressure and whatever, I think that logically it has to have some finite extent to it, but I can't point to where that would be. How could I?
So would you agree then that saying that the earth is flat is just basically sort of like a religion? You have to trust it's true.
No, it's a deductive conclusion that follows from the physics of water.
Have you been to the center of the Earth, bro? Just because you haven't been to the center of the Earth doesn't mean the Earth isn't round or a globe. I mean, I don't think it is a globe, but you get what I'm saying.
Well, now we're getting sidetracked here. What I'm getting at is nothing more than if the earth is flat and if the water is the proof, then as flat earthers, there has to be a way to logically and simply to a 5-year-old explain how it's flat, because it is from here to there and it can tell because of the water. And what contains the water, what contains the water is a dome, a border, a wall, an ice wall, whatever it is. And then if that's the case, then it has to have a finite wall ending, etc. And then what happens when you go over that? Do you go into space? Are we in space? Do you believe in the universe? I don't know how you prove the existence of a flat plate, huge.
I didn't say flat plate. That's something that you keep saying. And these are all sort of tangential things that you're just going off on.
But what is my point is this, heretic, I'm being, I hope you understand. I'm being quite honest here. If the earth is flat, to me, something that is flat has two planes, a top and a bottom, correct?
I have no clue. We can't get outside of this system to see what's on the bottom.
What is your definition of flat?
Even having no part higher than another. Level.
Does something that is flat have a top and a bottom?
Usually, yeah.
Usually, or about 100%?
Yeah, about 100%.
No, it's exactly 100%. If it's flat, it has a top and a bottom, and that's my point.
Right.
If
So
it's
the
a
Earth
flat
must
Earth,
have a bottom.
it must
Okay,
have a bottom, correct?
I don't know. I can't. So I mean, do you think
So
that I
what
can
you're
get
saying
outside
is-
of this contained system and show you what that looks like and where it is and whatever?
Yeah, you're using yourself as a reason to justify not answering my questions, which is not. I'm not using myself.
I
I'm
don't,
not
I don't
saying
know why
that
you're
I'm
asking me
the
those
bro.
questions and where you would think I would get that kind of knowledge from. So maybe
They're
you think,
logical
okay, so maybe
questions.
I should clear something up because you keep saying plate. So maybe you're imagining some sort of a flat disc-like object in a vacuum of space or something like that, and it can be measured in its entirety. Maybe that's what you're thinking.
Well, what is flat Earth then?
Well, I'm just asking you a clarifying question. If that's what you think I'm talking
Yes,
about.
I
Of
am.
course I'm not. Of course I'm not
thinking
talking about that
it.
because I said that it must have some sort of finite boundary due to the gas pressure that exists here. So it must be contained. So we're enclosed. If the gas isn't fucking off and getting out of here, then neither are you to get outside of it and see what the entire thing looks like. It's not going to happen. Not in this life. So the vacuum of space, as you understand it, doesn't exist. That's not what the sky is. The place is enclosed. It's contained. Nobody's leaving. We're not going to go outside and measure the whole Earth and prove that it's some kind of disc or plate or something like that and show you what the bottom looks like and the edges and the sides and all that.
Quick question, sidetrack a little bit, if I may. Satellites, the deep space probes, those aren't real?
Deep space probe. So you're talking about something in the vacuum of space. So that would be an uncontained vacuum next to the air pressure of the Earth, something that physically cannot exist because, like I keep saying, the gas pressure must be contained. The gas on the Earth would just fill that vacuum of space if that were a thing. So
that makes to me, I don't consider myself the smartest man in the world. Far from it, but that makes no sense to me.
why not? You know what gas does, right? With an available volume?
I do, and usually it is contained, and I understand what you're trying to put forth as logic and as a proof. However, the point is, if we are contained, you have to disavow a lot of the things that are easily, or at least in my opinion, easily provable and measured.
How do you prove those things? Which things, and how do you prove them?
Well, do you think that the moon rotates around the flat Earth?
Well, it moves around above the Earth for sure.
Above the
Rotate.
Earth.
I don't know about rotate. What, like it spins on its axis? No, I wouldn't say that. But yeah, I mean, if you're just talking about it moving above the Earth, yeah, obviously you can observe that.
And as far as the flat Earth, do you think that this flat Earth that you are arguing is very easily provable with your logic, at least?
Yeah.
Is it part of a
With logic.
universe, or is it part of a universe? Are other planets around?
No, so I wouldn't even use the term other planets because that's already assuming that the Earth is one. A planet is basically just a wandering star, a light in the sky that doesn't move with the constellations. I don't see any similarities between Earth and those things or any reason to categorize it as one of those things. So I would say that the Earth is not even a planet. So I wouldn't say there are other planets because Earth isn't one.
So, quick question again, trying to understand and bringing other subjects in to the same relative. I hope the Magellan. Do you believe that he existed?
Sure.
So, obviously, then, if you know familiar who he is, what he used and how he measured and how he got around what supposedly is a globe that you believe is not. How does that contradict the stars and the other planets observable even with the naked eye?
What do you mean? How does it contradict them?
If the Earth was not a globe, how would it be able? How would he been able to navigate through using the stars in order to get around and then wind up in the same place?
Oh, how would he celestial navigate? Well,
Correct.
like you said, by using the stars as reference points and treating the Earth as a plane as well.
But that's not what he did. That's not how he used
Are you
it.
sure? Well, what did he do? Show what he did.
Well, prove that he didn't. We
Okay, so
have
that's just
all
the
of
burden
the proof.
reversal.
The
You
burden
just
of
made a
proof.
claim and just reverse the burden after that.
I
So
did
have to
because
back
what
up.
you're that's all you guys can do. All you guys can do is I'm right and this is my proof, but you have no proof. You just deny and call herrings to everybody else that does have proof.
That's rich because that's what you're doing right now is denying the proof that I already gave you.
But you gave no proof. You just simply
Yeah,
told
yeah,
me
you're just doing it again. You're denying it again.
matters.
Yeah, I did give you proof. It is a logical proof. It has to follow that if water seeks its level, the Earth is some sort of planar thing.
All right. So
And
it seems
celestial
like we always
navigation
went
does
after
treat
that.
the Earth as a flat plane as well. You're going to draw a horizontal line from your position to the GP of the star that you're using as a reference.
So when satellites are thrown up and flown up to the sky, and the reason we have GPS and all this other stuff, all of this exists above the Earth, not around the Earth.
Right.
Okay. So if that's the case, is it possible to have one of these satellites maybe get out of this shield or bubble or containment, whatever it is?
You better hope not, because if that containment gets broken, bye-bye air pressure and bye-bye you.
So it sounds like what you're saying is not only is the Earth flat, but it is also contained to the point of its very existence is dependent on the bubble not being popped of whatever is holding it.
Yeah, whatever the bubble may be, if you want to call it a bubble, sure. Yeah, if that containment breaks, it's over.
All right. Well, I'm getting nowhere with this because it sounds like, here's my opinion. Good luck to you guys because I think if you had.
Hey, could I just quickly, real quick.
Let me finish.
All right, go ahead.
Let me just finish. All I'm saying is that if the Earth was flat, and if it was all of these things that you claim that are easily logical proof that it is flat, that denies all of the other majority by a large percentage, people that have or believe proof that it is not, then what you're doing is you're negating the opportunity to go forward and put some actual physical or scientific or provable, measurable way of proving that it is flat, yet you don't do that.
Yeah, that's what water does.
Experiment. You call my experiments illogical and impossible and hypothetical when all you have to do is just do it.
Well, anything that follows from the premise of the Earth being a globe is therefore falsified if it's in fact not. So, yeah, you're right. There's a lot of derivative stuff that stems off of the Earth being a globe or the idea that it is one, and all of that must be false if the Earth itself is not a globe.
So, heretic, here's my counter to that. That is exactly the same way that I feel when I hear about flat Earth.
Okay, but I just gave you a logical proof for it.
And
I mean, it's
so,
up to you. You can take it
no,
or leave it. I just
so
wanted to say
Mr.
something
Rush,
really quick. You moved on really quick, but I wanted to
the
say
same
something.
rhetoric.
Yeah, I wanted to say something really quick about gas pressure that you moved away from. Right. So, if the gas isn't leaving, then neither is any satellite or man-made machine or man or anything else. Well, energy could leave, perhaps, but not matter.
Okay, well, I appreciate the time. I don't think we're getting anywhere, and I do wish you luck. So, thanks anyway.
Okay,
Yeah,
have
so
a good.
Mr. Rev, the whole conversation went downhill when he presented water as laying flat and horizontal, and you didn't rebut it with being, no, the water is actually curved, and then demonstrating how it is, because that would be the appropriate rebuttal. Everything else you said is highly irrelevant, because if the water's flat, then ipso facto, the earth's flat. There's no way around it.
No pun intended.
So
Hey,
you take a
Heretic, I
laser,
wanted
you
to.
take a
Oh, go ahead.
laser, take a long-range laser, use a laser transit methodology, which is an efficient methodology to measure a differential. Take a 6-foot laser, 6-foot storyboard, 25 miles away over a body of water. You shoot the laser, hits the target, debunks the globe's curvature by 2 orders of magnitude. Water's flat, ipso facto, water's level, ipso facto 70% is flat, and between 2 parallel horizontal planes, as referenced by the term horizontal, which means parallel with the plane of the horizon, which means the Earth is oriented flat. So that's the point of contention. You failed to meet any rebuttal whatsoever to that point that Heretic brought forward, and so Heretic wins the argument.
Okay, let's say that he wins the argument. You just brought something up that I wasn't aware of. If you shoot a laser, could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, so you shoot a laser over 25 miles of water, right? 6 feet on one side, that's the height of the laser. 6 feet on the other side, the height of the receiver. So the differential between the altitudes of the receiver and the laser is 6 feet. So if the laser hits the target, you have a variance of 6 feet plus or minus the beam divergence. You could get about 3 feet out of that at that range for the laser that was used. Yeah, you take into account ambient refraction using a standard metric. You could use Walter Bislin's, that gives you another 5 feet. You still miss the mark by hundreds of feet, meaning the curvature that's supposed to be there isn't there, meaning you sufficiently proved the variance between 2 horizontal planes of plus or minus 9 feet over 25 miles, proving that the Earth is between 2 horizontal planes, which means parallel to the plane of the horizon, which means the Earth is oriented flat and horizontal and cannot possibly be a globe.
Well, that's the most convincing argument that I've heard so far. The laser, of course, straight as a laser, 25 miles. Is that some sort of a measure, or has it been done? Can you link me some information on that, or
I'll hook you up with that.
has it ever been longer or provable?
Yeah, so they did one that was 30 something miles over the salt flats in Utah, I believe, using lasers. So we have one over water at 25 miles and one over land at 30 plus miles.
Yeah, well, I respect that, but still, 30 miles is, I mean, I could do that, walk it in a day. So that's not really impressive to me. But
It
if
is
you could
impressive.
show
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why it's impressive. Because at 30 miles, the amount of off angle from the laser to the apex of the arc between point A and point B, if it was a globe, is off by orders of magnitude. Okay, so that is sufficiently debunks the claim.
orders of magnitude can be interpreted in many different numbers, but my curiosity is piqued. I would love to see that experience or reference it somehow. And then I'll take a look at it and see what's going on, because
Sure. So
I'm really trying to
stay
understand
in.
the better
I will
thing. I
go
just
on
have a
mute.
lot of questions.
Yeah, I'll go on mute and I'll go get those links and I'll bring them back for you. All right, hold on.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
24/7 Flat Earth, episode 7.
Hey, Heretic, I've been trying to steelman that pressurized ball idea. And what I've basically come up with is that the atmosphere is pressurized and that there is atmospheric loss. And there's a significant loss of nitrogen, or not nitrogen, but hydrogen. And around the poles, there's a significant loss of helium. And they measure this with some kind of weird special microwave lights. And at the same time, the Earth just so happens to be replenishing these gases at the exact same rate to keep the ratios of inert gas and oxygen and carbon dioxide all in check all at the same time. So to me, that just seems a little far-fetched.
What, that the same amount of gas is coming in as what's going, so how can you tell that anything's going?
That was the hole in my logic that I haven't been able to find yet. But yeah, I'm
Where's
still
it coming
looking into
from?
it.
Where is it coming from?
I can only speculate. Like I have
Conservation
no
of
idea
mass.
where it's coming from. I don't know like where it dissipates into space, but that's
Yeah.
just what the AI is telling me.
So they got a first and a second law violation in their claim now? Damn.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. I would need to hear the claim in more detail, but
Yeah, like if the claim was that all this extra gas is like compressed and it fills the space as it escapes, that would be one thing. And then we still have an entropy problem because eventually it will run out, right? So how long is that going to last? It invites a whole bunch of things.
Yeah, the argument just made no sense whatsoever. But just Google how is atmospheric loss measured, and it'll go through the whole spiel for you.
What's up? What's up?
24/7 Flat Earth Space, repost this.
Yeah, you're doing a terrible job, like Kyrgyz. I'm not paying you to botch it up, dude. And you got to get it right. 24/7 Flat Earth, episode 17, a continuing series that we have going on. Falsification is independent of replacement. That's the topic of the space. Welcome, everybody. We're running late into the night or the morning. It looks like 4:38 in the a.m. for me. And it seems like we got Heretic on the panel for the 24/7 team. Overlord, homies you probably haven't seen up here, but now they're here. You can get to know them. And we're challenging people who think that the Earth is a globe. If you have any evidence, bring it forward. If not, if you want to ask us some questions, go ahead and do that. But either way, you're going to find out that the Earth is not a globe. Easily. Whether or not you can come to grips with that, that's up to you. We're not here to convince you. We're going to present information and challenge your mind on what you think the Earth is. Pretty simple. Shout out to Amish in the listening panel. He's also part of 24/7. Helio Skeptic, who's live streaming on YouTube. We got the bot in here as well. Mike B, that's down there listening in the listening panel. Jemsy, the bottom. What's up, guys? But now, okay, since we have a break in the conversation, Keon was asking some questions. Make Don, who's here, and the conspiracy. What's up, guys?
Yeah, I had a question. Like,
what's up?
What is your guys' thoughts on SpaceX?
It's a company that's showing people different things about rockets and stuff like that. They have technology that they're claiming they're sending satellites into the low Earth orbit. We're just basically, we can just tell you what we see from, media and such. Or are you asking what our opinions on it, or what are they?
Yeah, like, do you think they actually send us rockets out there in space, or do you think they ever gonna reach Mars? What do you think?
It sounds like he's building up an argument from incredulity.
Well, yeah, but I mean, our opinions right now on whatever these agencies are from the public perspective shouldn't sway anybody's opinion one way or the other of what our opinion is. The bigger question you should be asking is, how do we actually know the Earth is a globe based on this information? Yeah, far too long people have been looking at what people do and did base an opinion of what they think is happening. It's not based on any empirical evidence, is it, Keon? Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, Elon seems like he's serious about what he's doing. Like,
That's great. A lot of people seem serious about what they do, but it doesn't mean that the evidence would support the case that the Earth is a globe based on his seriousness. Who gives a shit how serious he is? What stands to reason as true, what the truth is about the Earth, doesn't change whether somebody's serious about what they're saying. You know.
Yeah, but I'm saying that because I mean, if the Earth is flat and there's no space and there's no Mars to go to, yes, like if there's no space and Mars to go to, like what is Elon doing at this point?
Well, let's just think about this logically. He's one guy. Do you think he's ever been up there?
Like, you mean Elon?
Yeah, Elon.
No, I don't think he's personally been up there.
So how does he know? Keon, answer me. How does he know?
So you, I mean,
Elon, answer me. How does he know?
It doesn't have to go up there to
really
to know.
So he can tell stories, and everybody has to believe him. Keon, is that the world you live in?
No, I mean, I know he's spending billions in rockets.
So what?
So that's a lot of money.
So
like,
what?
Why would you do that to go nowhere?
Why would you spend close to $1 million on a Bugatti, Keon?
There it is. Argument from incredulity.
Why would you spend $1 million on a Bugatti? Why?
Well, how do the two questions connect to each other?
Because you have to find the relevance in the question. What relevance does it have about somebody spending money on something versus the truth claim about what the Earth is? It doesn't have any relevance, does it?
Well, it does because
Why?
he knows there's Mars to go to. That's
Oh,
a
he
physical
knows?
fact.
Does he know
Yeah.
that? He's never
I mean,
he's never been
why
up
would
there.
why would he be spending billions and building rockets?
Because he believes the same information you do.
Right. So you saying one day you're just gonna stop building rockets?
Why? It's a company that makes money. Why would he stop?
No, but
What do you mean, no?
he said. I mean, he said that we're going to Mars within 5
Yeah, that's
years.
great. He can say whatever he wants. They've been saying we're going to the moon ever since I was a child, Keon.
Well,
Did you know
was
that?
NASA. That was NASA. There's a
So
space-
I don't care who says what. People have been saying that that's going to be happening a long time ago. Whoever says it, they keep promising things, and they call this is a phrase, a term. They're saying they kick the can down the road. That means that, oh, sorry, we couldn't have this specific launch go to today. We're going to postpone it for another couple of years. In the meantime, in between those years, you forget about what they said. Nobody remembers the last time they said that the last launch that they rescheduled. You don't remember, do you, Keon? When was the last
How
time?
many missions?
Yeah.
So
how many missions?
How many moon missions has Elon canceled or SpaceX canceled?
And or the government, NASA. How many, Keon?
I think the moon is not like Elon's primary.
No, but
objective.
you're not realizing the veracity of the claim here, sir.
What happened to the Virgin? What happened to the Virgin expedition?
Oh,
Elon?
Richard Branson. Like, there's a bunch of
Yeah,
people.
yeah.
There's a bunch of people that say they're gonna do something, Keon, but just because they say it and they say, "Oh well, we had to postpone because technicalities or whatever," and then you forget about it. You don't remember the last time they said they were gonna do something because it's like they say, "Well, we'll go in another year and a half or 2 years," and in between that time, life gets busy. You don't remember the time they said that, so they are just like, do. They don't. They're not gonna tell you that they were gonna go that one time. You're not going to be like, okay, it's been a year and a half today. Where are those guys say they're going to go to the moon? You just, that's not you. You don't know that.
I love this argument because it's like, no, but they're putting all this money and telling us all this stuff. You mean the government? You mean the people that lie all the time?
Yeah, but at the same time, like
Is that
Keon,
getting off?
yeah, no, but I'm saying Keon's making this point that even though they said something, I'm telling him, yeah, they could make you promises. It's like, the boyfriend is making promises to his girlfriend. Oh, I promise, I'm gonna get you this, I'm gonna get you that. He's full of shit. He ain't gonna do none of the shit that he's saying. You already fucking know this, man. That's just the way it goes. You promise shit
ring.
up and down. You ain't gonna get it. You know in your heart of hearts it's not gonna happen. You're just saying it so you can make her happy. That's the way it goes, Keon. You think that the people that are controlling, you know what? As a matter of fact, it's better if they tell you they're going and you think they are, and you happily know that, hey man, they're gonna make this next moon mission or whatever, and you're paying your taxes, you're giving it to this organization, and they're taking it in, and everybody in the organization thinks they're doing something that's going to send something up into space, but nobody really knows because they're not the ones going. They're on the ground. So everybody's convinced, like a really good story, right? But when that rocket leaves the ground or whatever, they don't know where the fuck it goes. Is it going into space? How do they know? They just see computer screens. You know what I mean?
So let me make this clear. So you're saying Elon doesn't know whether Mars is a physical planet that he can go
Dude,
to. Is that what you're saying?
he's got he's got his fingers in so many pies. Do you think that he really gives a rat's ass if you're going to? All that shit is doing is making him some fucking money, dude. He's the richest man in the world, and all he knows how to do is to make more money. How's he doing it? Telling stories, getting people. Most of the technology that he's got right now is practical. It's shit that's operating right now, right? It's cars, PayPal, all that other shit. That stuff is like on here. But this other shit, if people invest a lot of money in it, where do you think they're getting all that money from? Do you think it just comes out of nowhere? Where's all that money coming from that they're going for, sending Starlink and all that shit? That money's coming from somewhere, Keon. He's just a business owner. He owns companies. He's making money. And that's very profitable because people believe this shit. That's not a very good argument for the Earth being a globe, dude. It really isn't. There's no way for you to tell based on how serious somebody is. Oh no, we're really going to Mars. I'm telling you. That's good. But you've become a believer about it. That's all you're gonna do. You don't know.
So essentially, you're saying that like he would just keep lying forever, and we'll never make it to Mars.
He honestly probably thinks that it is true what he's saying. He thinks all of that's true. People work on actual technology and all that stuff, but whether or not it goes into the place that everybody's saying it does, how would you know?
Well, so don't you think like they would send maybe some probes to Mars to see whether it's a planet or not
Probes to
before
Mars,
sending
like,
humans?
yeah. So, dude, really, like for you, it's all about the story. Your mind is captivated by it. However the story's told, so long as it's about space and all that stuff, that's fine, Keon. That's you. It's like Santa Claus for adults. You love the story. You want to know more. I'm not here to unconvince you about that. If that's you, think about it and dream about it and maybe think that you're going to go there one day. But that's not me. I got my head right here on the ground, not up in the clouds where everybody's mind is right now, thinking they're going to someday live in a biodome on Mars. That's stupid. That's so stupid.
You want to live in the biodome?
They got you all wrapped up in this story, bro. Like, and you don't realize it. You don't realize it.
Let me ask you this. So
What?
let's say like in 3 or 4 years, right?
Yeah.
It makes it to Mars, and then it shows us. What would be your reaction?
That is like the boyfriend saying, "I'm gonna buy you a car, my love. I promise. I'll do it. I'm gonna get you a car. Don't worry about it. I got you."
No,
Remember,
I'm just saying.
I said in a couple years I'm gonna get you a car, and then the couple years happen, and she's like, "Okay, I thought you said you were gonna get me a car." He's like, "No, remember I said it. I have to use the money for this other thing. I'm sorry." And it never really turns out like what they say, Keon. Their promises of all going to moon and setting up bases on Mars and all that stuff. It's never gonna work, dude. It's like they got a carrot and they're dangling it on a string in front of you, and you think you're gonna get it, but they have it on a stick, so you're never gonna get that carrot. Never,
Yeah,
never,
but
never.
Keon, have you seen the compilation of all the canceled moon missions? Like they have each president going through it where they cancel the mission and they're like, or rather they announce the mission and then a news clipping that the mission has been canceled. Have you ever seen that compilation?
Right, isn't that NASA or is it SpaceX?
It doesn't matter,
Well,
dude.
SpaceX
Like,
has canceled
like,
missions.
I know,
Dear
like
Moon was
Kirkus,
canceled.
it does not matter who it is, Keon. SpaceX, NASA, it doesn't matter. There's many space agencies.
Have you seen it?
No, I haven't
All
seen
all
that.
right, but
I'll get it.
So even if you've seen that, you're still gonna think, well, that's just that time. But then this time is different. Just what you're gonna do.
Really?
This time is different, right? This
Yeah,
time we're really going. This
But
time.
what would be your reaction if we actually do make it?
No, it's not about me having a reaction if we do make it. Listen, whenever they say something's going to happen, like think about it like this. They claimed in 1969 that they landed on the moon and they were walking on it. People were watching this on TV. It's not about that they are saying they're going to do something and then they do it and then they show people like through video or whatever. That doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is everything could be done in a production value. Just like the moon missions, right? 1969, they landed on the moon. They're walking around on the moon. What about that time? They claimed they went
And
there.
then
They
we
got
never
video.
went back.
Yeah. Keon, there's a lot of stories that people tell. This is just some of the stories that people tell. But you happen to fall in love with the story.
So essentially, you wouldn't believe it if we do make it to Mars. That's what you're saying.
They had video footage of people walking on the moon. They were watching it on TV, Keon. 1969. Yeah? They were watching those people allegedly walking on the moon.
Right, and we debunked the moon landing, right?
That's the problem, though. If they go to do something else, we could debunk that too because they can't go there. It's not possible. They cannot leave the system that they're in right now. It's a closed system. I don't
Hey,
think.
V, I have a question when you have a chance. Or I have a question for you when this is over.
Well, I want to know if Keon. I mean, I know you really like the story, dude, but it's never going to be the case that there's going to be a scenario where they convince people that they went to the moon with videos or it's not because they, like I said, they did it in 1969 where everybody was watching on their TVs, people walking on the moon. They can show you whatever they want, but you are just going to be a believer your whole life because you're not the one that's over there allegedly. You're on the earth right now. So when you see that, you're just going to be a believer. That's it. They're going to make you a believer, and a belief is an acceptance without any evidence because a video that they're showing you something is not evidence. If I show you a video of a gorilla climbing a building, smashing the Empire State Building, that doesn't mean that's real.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's not real, right? Like how can you discern whether it's real or not?
That's the problem. Primary experience, you actually experiencing something, makes things like has intrinsic value. Your primary experience, you doing something. But if you don't do that something, then you're just a believer, like everybody else that sees it.
Right, but I mean, we're gonna get to that point, right, where people actually.
I know, but that's how you feel, Keon. Those are your
I'm
those are your
saying, like,
feelings.
I'm saying if we do make it to Mars, people
I know
gonna go to Mars and they're
Keon,
probably gonna come back. And
those
they're
are
gonna
your
tell
feelings,
the story.
dude. Those are your feelings.
How many?
You're not gonna convince anybody by your feelings. I know. We're just gonna go. But what if we go? Like that's your feeling about it. That's not true. Where's the evidence? There's no evidence.
People thought that in the 50s too, right? We would be on moon colonies by now. How many of them have died believing that their entire lives?
A lot of people. Tell you that much right now.
Right? Millions.
Yeah, for sure. Millions.
more people have died thinking they were going to be on a colony than I don't know exist right now. Maybe I don't know. That's probably
that's
too
the whole
extensive.
point, though, man. Like it doesn't you think that, but yes, but in 5 years they said 5 years. Don't worry. Well, if we go there in 5 years, are you gonna believe it? Like they're always gonna say that. No. In 2 more years, I promise. Promise. And then you wind up in the middle of 2 years, forget about it. And then whenever they say it again, no. We have to scrub the mission. It's gonna be another 3 years. Like you're just gonna keep believing in the next time and the next time and the next time. They're never gonna do it.
That's called future faking. It's a form of a con.
Oh, wow. It has a name. That's crazy.
But there's people that buy the con, like Keon, because he believes that his world is a globe that spins in the vacuum of space. So it's easy for him to have the story believable. That's all right, man. Listen, at the end of the day, if you just believe that the Earth is a globe, but in your mind you think it's all true, that's you. Everybody doesn't have to think that way. Some people want evidence.
Right. So your whole universe is planet Earth. Is that correct?
No, it's not planet. Not a planet.
What do you mean by universe?
We would your cosmology. You're talking about what is the cosmology that we
Yeah.
hold to. We would just simply put it like we are the floor. We're standing on the floor of the universe right now. The Earth that you're standing
the whole universe.
the Earth that you're standing on is everything that we know, and all the sky above you and everything you see, like the stars and all those things. That's all that there is. There isn't anything more than that. There's just the ground and the sky.
Right. So there's no like other galaxies,
No,
other star systems. None of that.
no, nothing like
Right.
that. No. You can dream.
Wait,
You can
so-
dream big,
so how
right?
do
You can dream
wait, how
big.
do you know though? Because you
Because
told me
there's no
that
evidence.
you haven't been there.
Keon, there's no evidence of those things. No evidence. They're not presenting evidence to you of what they're claiming. Their ideas are giving to you, and you're in your mind. Those ideas, when you were little, when you were growing up, you were taught how to just be accepting for all these ideas. You never were taught how to like ask questions. Wait a minute. How do you know what a galaxy is? You never asked those questions to the people. You were told just to believe. Because it's coming from like authority. The authority, from a teacher or from a parent or somebody, just believe it because that's science. And so all your life, that's all you have ever done. Believe it because that's what they say. You've never
Yeah,
never questioned it.
What would be evidence? Like, if I wanted to prove to you that Mars is a physical planet that you could go to, what would be evidence? What would you consider as evidence?
Well, first of all, if it's going to be proof that it actually is that, then you have to show me how the system of the Earth can negate the fact that our gas pressure here that we have on the surface doesn't have to expand into the available volume, which is the vacuum of space, without a container. There's nothing to contain the gas pressure we have on the surface from outer space. So we have gas pressure on the surface, right, Keon? You and I are breathing this gas pressure. And the gas pressure that you and I breathe is at 14 psi, just round about there. So you breathe in, and you breathe out. You're breathing in that gas pressure, 14 psi. When you're going up a mountain, the air gets thinner, right? Harder to breathe. There's some very interesting facts about this. And if you keep going up, the gas pressure starts to get less and less. But as far as we know, they're telling us, not measuring. They're telling us that when you get to the highest parts of the Earth's atmosphere, then it starts to change over into the vacuum of space, where they call it the Kármán line. It's about 62 miles above the Earth's surface. And right there, that's where you go to super low pressure, such as it's so low that the vast differential from the surface to that place, it means that there's a high pressure differential, meaning that the gas pressure that you have here on the surface and the super low pressure that's up there, It would be such that if the gases can move into the available space, they would keep moving into the available space. But they wouldn't just move slowly, they would violently rush out into the available space. So kind of like if you have a high pressure differential from blowing air inside of a balloon, right? The high pressure differential inside of the balloon to the one outside of the balloon. They have low pressure on the outside of the balloon and high pressure inside of the balloon. When you let go of the balloon, where you're blowing air in it, it rushes out violently out of the balloon until it equalizes with the pressure outside. Well, if we have the same type of system where we have gas pressure on the surface of the Earth and nothing to contain it from the
Well,
vacuum of space.
we have something called gravity, right? Do you believe in that?
No, you don't know what gravity is, Keon.
Well, is it not the thing that is keeping the air in? Like
No, the idea of gravity, there's a cause and effect relationship with gravity, right? You see an effect when you drop something on the ground? That's the effect. What is causing this effect?
well, that's gravity, isn't it?
I know, but that word it means it's a word that has it's kind of a loaded word. It means that gravity specifically is a cause and effect relationship. So the term gravity, it means you see an effect and there's a cause that gravity actually stands for. What is causing things to go to the ground? And it's not the word gravity. It's the cause of gravity. Gravity would be the idea that you see an effect. You see something drop to the ground, that's the effect. What is causing that effect?
But wait, isn't that the explanation for the containment, like on the globe side?
No, it's
Like,
the
don't you accept
That's
the
that's the explanation for the containment. But what is causing the effect, Keon?
What do you mean? What's causing
What's
effect?
causing the rock to fall to the ground?
Gravity is being
I
attracted
know,
to
but
the earth.
that's the. You're just telling me again. You're just telling me the name that it stands for a cause and effect relationship. I want to know. I see the effect. I see it falling. I want to know what's making it go down.
Well, it's a higher mass, so it's gonna go down.
It's a higher mass.
Like it's a heavier thing. Like if you have a balloon, it's gonna go up. If you have a rock, it's gonna hit the ground
Yeah, but I'm
because of
saying I
mass.
know, but what's making it go down? What is making that rock go down? It's okay if you don't know, man. Like this.
The mass of the rock
No, the mass
is heavy.
doesn't cause anything. But it's
Maybe he means density.
yeah, I don't know. I think it's just struggling to, and it's because I want him to say he doesn't know. We can go over the. If you don't know, like it's easier to say you don't know. Like I think.
No, I mean, yeah, density, mass is pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, but also you do know. So, if you're saying that something's causing something, how do we know that it's causing it? How do we know that the mass is causing something? How do we know that? How do we know the mass is causing the rock to fall?
What do you mean by that?
It's simple. You say that the rock falls because of gravity, but what is causing the mass of the thing? Like you said, mass is causing it. How does mass?
Yeah, because it's a denser object, so
Yeah, it's denser.
naturally
Yeah,
it's
but
gonna.
that's just relative density, relative to the object and medium. We're asking for the explanation of what's giving it the propensity to move down. What's giving it that propensity to move down? The mass?
Yeah, because
Okay.
it's dense.
So is there
Like
any
in comparison to the air,
what is
air
this
around it.
what is the scientific evidence for mass causing something?
Or how do you even define mass?
What is the scientific evidence that we have that we can say that mass is the cause of this phenomena?
Gravity. I know it's
No, no,
hard
no.
for you to
It's
accept it.
circular. No, no, this is circular. You can't say the word gravity. That's circular. You're using the same word that you used to describe the effect. I'm only talking about the cause. Now you're saying mass is the cause. That's fine. You can say mass is the cause, but I want to know what scientific evidence do we have that shows that mass is the cause? It's not about me accepting it, Keon. It's about you being able to tell me how it's possible that that mass is causing something by a scientific experiment.
Well, Newton says lesser masses are attracted to higher masses.
Yes,
So
but these
that's
are,
why it's falling.
yeah, but these are just the words they say. I want to know the experiment that people have checked out and validated that mass is causing something to happen. What is the experiment? Do you know? It's not about me
I've
accepting
already
it. I'm
I've
sorry.
already said it.
No, you
I've
didn't.
already said it.
You did not
So
give
the
me
globe,
the scientific experiment of why we know the cause of mass is causing something. You did not
I'm
give
not
it to me.
I'm not even getting the question because you saying
No,
why the rock is falling to the ground. Is that your question?
yeah, why is it falling to the ground? So the researcher has to understand he's asking the question. How can I figure out if the mass is the actual cause of the rock falling to the ground? How can the researcher figure this out?
I mean, you have air around the rock, right? The air is less dense than the rock, so the rock naturally is going to go to the ground.
Yeah, but that's
And the
relative.
earth,
That's relative density. You're speaking what we say. That is what flat earthers say. We understand it. It's an object and medium relationship. You're saying what we say. There's an actual cause of the effect for what you know, pseudoscience says. I don't think you've said it yet. Not once. You're
well,
saying
the earth,
you're saying relative density. That's what we say. We say it's
yeah,
an object medium
relative,
relationship. I
yeah,
know that.
relative to the air. That's what you're saying. But
I know, but
the
that's
earth
not.
is a mass too,
But
right?
you're
The
not
earth is
giving.
a
Listen,
mass too.
Keon, you're telling me that the mass is the cause.
Yeah, the earth is a mass, so everything is attracted to the earth.
Yeah, I know, but what is the scientific experiment that shows this? That is
Gravity. How can I explain it?
that's circular. You can't say that the effect is gravity. When you see something go to something else, like the rocks falling to the earth, you can't keep saying the effect is the cause. The effect is not the cause. Well, I want to know how you know that the mass is causing that to happen. How is the mass of something causing that phenomena to occur?
Well, you explain it because I'm not even
No,
getting
I'm
the
not
question. So you
explaining it.
explain it.
You're either going to tell me you know or you don't know, Keon. This
I've
is
already said what I think. So
yeah.
you explain it.
No, I'm not. I don't need to explain your claim. You need to say I don't know. Because if you're not telling me if mass is not the cause, is it the cause? How do you know mass is the cause?
Because we have gravity. The
That's
earth is a
circular.
mass.
We're
Everything.
circular. We're
No, I
going back
mean
to circular
that's
again. No.
that's. I mean, you're not accepting gravity then.
No,
Like you don't believe in gravity.
gravity is a word, and it's also
No, I
described.
mean it's not a
Yes, it's a
word.
word
It's
that's
just
listen.
science.
Listen. You're now just using one word answers. You're not gonna say gravity or science. You're gonna have to define how your understanding of what's causing something to happen, the effect. You're gonna have to tell us how you know that it's the mass causing the rock to fall. What scientific experiment can be done to test that the mass of something is causing the rock to fall?
Yeah. So I'll repeat it again. So my understanding of gravity, the earth is a mass and everything is
Yeah, you
attracted to it.
don't repeat your claim,
Yeah.
Keon. Don't
Yeah,
repeat your
but
claim.
that
Keon,
yeah,
don't
but that's literally what you're
you
asking me,
no,
right?
I'm not asking you to repeat the claim. I'm telling you what scientific experiment can be done to find out that the mass of something is causing the rock to fall. How do we know that the mass of something is causing the rock to fall? What scientific experiment is done to show this?
I mean, you can literally do it if you go outside.
What? What can we do? What's the experiment?
Keon,
Just try to toss the rock in the air and it's gonna fall.
if
That's
you haven't
literally the
figured it out
experiment.
yet, Keon, this is an honesty test.
I've literally explained why I think the rock is falling, and it doesn't want me to use gravity, so I don't know what to say at this point.
You should say, I don't know.
Yep.
No, I know why the rock is
Now,
falling.
see?
I explained it 3 times.
No, you don't know. I've made it very clear that you don't know. Very clear. You say it's the mass of the rock and the mass of the earth that's attracting themselves to each other. Yes?
Yes.
How do you know the mass is the cause of this phenomena? What scientific experiment can be done to prove this?
Newton.
One word. Don't say one word. Explain.
That's literally it.
No,
I
it's
mean, I
not
don't know how to
literally
explain
it.
it.
If you don't know, stop using your pride and say, I don't know.
I mean, I told you what I think, right?
No,
So you
Keon,
tell me.
listen.
You tell me.
I'm glad
What?
I met you because I'm gonna show you. I'm a dog with a bone. I don't let the bone go until you realize you don't know. You say the words I don't know, and this will stop. This will end.
Okay, I don't know. Can you explain?
Yes, thank you. So now we're gonna understand how your misunderstanding of what you think is going on is actually the cause for the effect. Now, the cause is explained as, according to mainstream rhetoric, as the bending and warping of space and time, according to Einsteinian general relativity, that superseded Newton's theory of mass attracting mass. They're two very distinct theories: mass attracting mass and the bending and warping of space and time. According to Einsteinian's general relativity, the reason why something falls to the ground is because the object, or according to the theory, the Earth is so large that it's causing the space and time to be warped and distorted around it. So it's pushing everything down to the ground. It's not pulling, it's pushing. It's pushing things into itself by warping and distorting space and time around it. That is why they're saying that's the cause. The cause is because the mass is so large that the space and time around it is being warped and distorted. You didn't detail that to me. That's why you didn't know.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, what?
No. It's not the end of the day yet. We're not even at the. We're not at the end of the day.
Okay.
It's barely lunchtime. Listen.
So let me.
No.
Let
Hold on
me
a
explain.
second.
Let me
No.
explain.
You're not going to explain to something that I just finished telling you 5 seconds ago. You're not an expert of what I just told you. You're not. You were struggling to give me this answer. Now
So
I'm correcting you. So essentially, wait.
you said
Wait. You're not going to overtalk me. You're going to wait. I gave you the permission to go ahead and tell me. You didn't do it. So now it's my turn. So the bending and warping of space-time, because of the mass of the object is so large, it's causing the object to be pushed down into the earth, the rock, essentially. It isn't relative density as you were stating before. You got that wrong too. That could be considered how we locally see it, as the effect is where the effect is concerned. Like the effect where we see the object falling down, we could say, well, it's relative density because we're saying the rock is less dense than the air that's around it. That's why it will go down to the ground. But it wouldn't work for the cause, because according to the cause, it's talking about general relativity being the cause, and that's the warping and distortion of space-time, being that the mass of the object is so large. That's the cause, not relative density. You had that wrong too. So, going back to the fact that you didn't give me that answer. Now, let's get into this. If you were saying Newton, you got that wrong too. It was not Newton's gravitational theory either. It was Einsteinian gravitational theory. That's the current rhetoric. And it supersedes Newton's laws about 110 years. So, for at least 110 years, we've been using Einstein's general relativity bending and warping of space-time, and it causes a gravity well where everything that's around the Earth is going to get pushed down into it. It just depends. Whatever mass is bigger than the other. Anyway, we haven't even got into defining what mass is, which Amish was saying earlier. Because you don't even know what mass is. There's so much you don't know, right? So you think you do. Now you're realizing you don't really know. So now the problem is we're going to get to, okay, so if that's true, that the Einsteinian general relativity is the answer, what is the experiment that shows that general relativity, where the mass is warping and distorting space-time, is the cause for something to fall down? I need you to look into how it's possible that Einstein proved with science that a mass of an object is being warping and distorting the time and space around it and causing things to be pushed into it. So that's what you need to do now. Now that I've outlined for you what the current rhetoric is, now you know.
Yeah, so just to reply, so recently NASA and as well as other scientific papers, they saying that space and time does not warp. That's number one. Also,
no, that's
what
not number one. That's not number one. I can't have you talking about something that you can't back up. Where
that's
you getting?
literally
Where
what NASA said.
Yeah, literally what NASA said. Where did they say this, Keon?
I can find it for you. I can find a link for you.
Yeah. So, what NASA's saying, it's not general relativity any longer?
No, they basically, like lately, the scientific community is saying that space-time does not work.
Okay, so what are they saying the current gravity theory is?
So Newton was essentially right as well.
No. Newton was not essentially right. It was superseded by Einstein. You're going backwards. You're not even going forward. You're going backwards.
Yeah, now they're saying that space-time does not work.
Okay,
right?
where do you get your resource from? Like, because I don't even know where are these academic papers? Are these anything peer-reviewed? Is this an article written by some guy, some random person? Like, you don't even have any academic sources, do you?
I mean, I do.
What's your academic source?
So that's this guy, Corrado Malanga.
Yeah,
He's
what is he, a PhD? What does he do? What's
a PhD? He got over 50 scientific papers published.
Okay, so now he's disproving general relativity in one fell swoop. So now everybody's going to change what science is describing.
It's not the one. It's not the one saying that. It's actually NASA and other scientists saying that. But
really? So everybody, listen, everybody discarded general relativity all of a sudden because you found some papers on the internet somewhere. Why isn't the current rhetoric changed?
Technically, yeah.
Can I read a couple quotes from scientists? First one is from Professor Jacob D. Birkenstein, who's from Caltech. Einstein also replaced the Newtonian law of motion by the statement that free test particles move along geodesics, the shortest curves in spacetime geometry. Second, Douglas Klein, who's a physics professor, Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. I've got more if you want.
So according to Keon, we're taking a step back from Einstein.
No. So I don't know if you guys know Mach and Verlinde. Those are other physicists, I would say, that kind of say the same thing that Newton was saying. So gravity does not matter how you explain it. It's the same.
Yes, it does matter. No, it doesn't. No. You're not conflating.
All of them.
No. You didn't listen to what Amish just said. You didn't listen to what he said. He said one superseded the other. They're not the same, and you can't conflate them. There's no way possible. In mainstream rhetoric, they're conflating those two. They're not doing that. They're mutually exclusive. Two very different, distinct theories of gravity. They're not the same.
So do you know Mach and Verlinde as physicists?
Listen, are they disproving Einsteinian general relativity?
The warping of space-time.
Why can't you answer my question? Are they disproving Einstein's general relativity?
I mean, you talked about warping of space-time, right?
I'm asking if they're disproving Einsteinian general relativity. Yes or no?
they're not disproving it. They're
Okay,
coming up
then.
with
No,
alternative explanation for gravity. But
alternative.
essentially,
It's not a, if they're not
it's the same
listen.
thing.
If they're not disproving it, then they're still saying that it's still in play. It's still valid.
Can I jump in real quick, please?
Is it relevant to this topic?
It's relevant for me waiting 43 minutes now for the overlord that disappeared and is now in listeners said he
Yeah,
would provide.
we moved on, sir. We're talking about this topic.
Okay.
You might
See ya.
want to wait till you come back and talk to him. So.
Hey, Keon, do you understand that curving space-time is what debunks Newton in the eyes of modern physicists?
Yeah, and I would say, like I said earlier, they saying space-time does not work. So I don't know how much they agree with Einstein. And like
There
I
you
said
go.
earlier,
You don't know how much they agree with him. There's a
Mark and
dude, there is a
Linda,
gap in your knowledge when you're trying to produce some evidence for the claim that you're trying to back up right now. You can't
no,
even back it up by saying with the affirmative that they disprove what Einstein was saying by any citation that you can provide. This is important. This is like you're coming up with something at least in the mainstream rhetoric foundational. You haven't done that. You're just saying, well, these two guys that are saying something, I'm not really sure if they're disproving Einstein or not, but here's their theory.
in terms of space-time warping, yes, because they say space-time does not warp, and NASA says that as well. So yeah,
No, it does,
that's.
NASA. Where does NASA say that?
I can find the link. I can find the link for you, and I'll send it.
Go
And
ahead.
Quick question, AV.
What's up?
So that that thing that happens when you ask someone to prove a positive, that their positive claim, but then they go to the trying to use a negative claims or the opposite to prove the positive. What is happening there? Like when you say prove there's curvature, and then they'll be like, well, if there wasn't curvature, X thing couldn't be. What is that psychologically and logically? What's going on in that?
He thinks
I don't know if that's something.
Yeah, he's trying to find an out for the reasoning behind why he's gonna have the Earth be a globe, and at all costs he's gonna try to. He doesn't care what he has to burn down, so long as he clings. He's clutching his pearls right now. That's what he's doing.
well, Alpha, can I ask, are you a physicist?
It doesn't matter what I am. It only matters that the truth claim, the veracity of your claim, stands to reason on its own merit. So whether or not I am is irrelevant to the topic. You have to stick to how you're going to provide evidence sufficiently, how what you're saying is true. Now, if you're saying some random people are saying something, how do we know that they are qualified to say what they're saying? And then are they saying the exact same thing that you're saying? We don't know that. All we know is you're saying a few words on the internet right now that they're not saying. They're disproving the idea that Einsteinian general relativity is not true anymore. Like you're right now, you're actually not even working forward. You're working backwards, man. I was gonna think that I'm gonna entertain some new idea. This isn't new. If you're saying we're going back to Newton, there's absolutely no way. There's no way that Newton works on the cosmic level, dude. It does not work on the galactic level. Does not work. Does not work.
When I mentioned Einstein, it was about the warping of space time. That's the only thing.
That's how you keep planets in orbit. If you don't have general relativity, Newton's not going to do mass attracting mass in the galactic level, Keon. It doesn't work that way. They have to come up with a new theory. And if you're saying we're going back to Newton, you're discarding all of what cosmology has been saying for the time that 110 years that general relativity has been in play. You're doing that right now. Unbeknownst to you, you think that you're trying to do a solid by talking about how these two guys are saying that general relativity is no longer in play. It's weird. It's a weird thing.
My whole point is that, like, gravity is a thing. It's a real thing. It does not matter how do you
No,
define it,
no,
but it's a real
no,
thing.
Keon.
So whether it's
Keon,
Newton,
you
Mach,
keep saying gravity is a
Einstein,
real
it's the
thing. We're
same thing.
only we're only talking about the effect. The cause, listen, it's a cause and effect. Gravity is not just a word you're going to throw out there. Well, gravity's real. Yeah, what are you talking about? The cause or the effect? Because with the effect, everybody can see that. We can quantify the effect. We know the average rate of fall, all that good stuff. The effect is just fine when you say that. When you talk about the cause, however, that cannot be scientifically proven. We all know this. You don't. So you can't, gravity is a cause and effect relationship. You cannot divorce it from that. So when you say gravity, you better be talking about cause and effect. It's not just a word that you throw out, well, gravity is real. That means that you just said that whatever the theory for gravity is also as the same as the cause. You can't. You have to explain to me how the cause was scientifically proven for the phenomena that occurs. Do you understand? Hello?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. Do you really?
So, yeah.
So
So,
what does the
I
word
mean,
gravity mean, Keon? If you heard me, what did I just say?
you're talking about um, the effect and the cause of gravity, right?
Okay. So now are both true?
I mean, if we talk about it, the
Are both
effect,
true, Keon? Are both true? Yes or no?
what do you mean? Are
Is
both
the
true?
cause for the effect both true? Cause is true. The effect is true. Are both true?
Right. So, if you're talking
Oh
about
my
effect,
God, dude! Just answer the
no, I'm
question.
trying to
Why can't you
understand your
just answer
question.
that? Yeah, just okay. If you see an effect, you drop something. We can all quantify the average rate of fall, 9.8 meters per second squared. All this good stuff known about the cause or the effect, and we can quantify that stuff. It's useful as an equation, and many industries use it. That's fine. The effect is well understood. The cause, my good sir, is what I'm
Yeah.
asking you. Is that
Okay.
also
So,
true?
yeah. So let me explain.
No,
So
now I can
I think,
explain. I'm asking you yes or no. Is it true? The cause, is it true? Is the cause true?
yeah. So let me
Yes
explain.
or no?
I'm gonna give you the
No,
answer.
yes or
So
no? Yes or no?
yeah, I think the cause is true.
You think it's true. All right, so
Yeah.
let's figure it out. What is the cause for the effect?
Right. So I agree with Newton when he says mass attracted mass.
I'm not asking what you agree with. I want you to state what the cause is.
Yeah, it's
That was an Elon mute.
yeah, I was muted. Yeah, so it's mass attracting mass. That's what gravity is.
Yeah, you're wrong. You're wrong.
That's literally that's what Newton
Yeah,
says.
I don't give a
That's
shit what
essentially what
Newton says.
Einstein
Okay, so
says.
what's this?
That's what
Yeah,
Marx says.
yeah.
That's what Verlinde says,
All
and
right.
that's what Ada
So
says.
now that we got this far, because you settled on one theory, I thought you were going to go with the current rhetoric, but you haven't. You took us back 110 years. Fine. We're now back 110 years. You've undid everything. So now let's figure out what is the scientific evidence for mass attracting mass, Keon?
I mean, you gotta ask that to
No, I'm
Mark
asking you,
Verlinde.
sir. I'm asking you. You
I'm
have the
not the one
burden.
that came up
You have the
with the.
burden of proof. You're advocating for mass attracting mass. You're advocating for it. Therefore, the burden of proof, sir, lies on your shoulders. You need to come up with the answer, whether you know it or not. You can't just simply say it exists and it's true. You have to now show me how scientifically it can be proven empirically. Now, what have they done to discover that mass is attracting mass? What did they do to find that out?
I'm not a physicist.
No, that's
So
not the answer. It's I don't know. That's the answer I'm looking for.
no, I mean you can look up Mark
No,
and
I'm not
see
gonna
how.
look any, but no, I'm not.
I mean,
I'm
you're
looking
asking
straight
for the
into
question,
your I'm looking straight into
like
your soul. I'm looking into your soul. I want you to
you
tell me.
literally asking me.
I'm looking for you to tell me whether you know or you don't. Do you know What is scientifically proven about mass attracting mass? Yes or no?
I don't know, but I
Thank you.
decide to believe these
No,
people.
no,
Yes.
belief, sir, is acceptance without evidence. I don't need your beliefs. I need evidence.
Yeah,
Beliefs, I
but we
don't need. I don't need those.
I
we
don't
don't
know, but I've been told.
Yeah.
we don't know. Listen, we don't know a lot of stuff,
Yeah,
right?
that's good.
So
So therefore,
a lot of it just says
yeah,
so.
I know, Keon, but therefore, you don't know what the cause is for the effect. Therefore, your story about what you say mass attracting masses isn't scientifically evidenced by you because you don't know. So then you can't tell me that the gravity theory, if it's the cause for the effect, is true. So it doesn't matter how many times you say the word gravity, gravity is the cause and effect, and you can't prove the cause. You didn't prove the cause at all. Zero proof.
Right. So what?
There we
So
go.
what do you think we should? What do you think we should do now? So should we trust the experts, the physicists that spend their whole life doing this, or should we just say we don't know? Like, what do you think we should do?
I think we should figure out whether or not we can understand the cause for the effect. Do you think it's possible that science can
They
actually
explain it.
what? The what?
They explain it. Mark explains
Yeah,
like what's
well,
causing
I ask
gravity.
you.
He
Okay,
explains
so
it.
listen, you know what you're doing right now? You're appealing to the authority, but what you know what the cool part about this is? You didn't give me a demonstration of how you know what they said. What did they say?
They literally say what
What
Newton
did they
says.
say?
Mass. They here's the thing. So they believe that gravity is like
You don't know, right?
like a conscious
A what?
force.
A
conscious
conscience force.
Yeah, that's what they say. So essentially, they're
Man,
saying what Newton
how
was
the
saying.
fuck are they gonna science a conscious force? Can you walk me through the method of science of putting some science to a conscious force?
Yeah. So
What?
essentially,
You're actually gonna do it. You really are gonna
no,
do it, huh?
I mean, I try to explain it. Yeah, I'm
Fucking
not an
go
expert, but I
ahead.
try to explain it. So essentially, they saying what Newton was saying, like which is mass attracting mass. So they believe everything in the universe is attracted to each other. So that's literally what gravity is to Mark and Verlinda.
Great. Now, where's their scientific evidence of their bullshit?
Okay, I don't have it because I'm not a physicist.
So you
I
don't
don't have
fucking
it.
know. That's the bottom line. You don't fucking know. So you want to stay here and spin my wheels about something you don't know about, huh? Isn't that true? We're
I mean, that's
spinning
all I can tell
my
you. Like
fuck.
I
Yeah,
can
you can
research
tell
stuff
me.
and tell you.
You can tell me that you are just a believer. Raise your hand, my brother. You believe in gravity. It's a belief, my brother. Now, if you raise your hand, you can believe too. You sure can. Is that what? I don't need that, dude. I don't need beliefs. I need evidence to back up claims. You don't have that. You don't got what it takes to provide that mass attracts mass is scientifically evidence. You don't have that, Keon. You got nothing but belief, sir. Off you pop.
I actually agree with Keon. Wait, did he measure curvature? No. Oh no, he didn't. Okay, I take that back. Actually,
Wait, let me ask you. Have you measured curvature? Because I asked this before. Have
No,
you
but
measured it?
we've been down this road. Now, your idea of what you think gravity is fell through, and pun intended, because falling. Keon, you really don't know what you're talking about, man. And when it comes to gravity, relative density covers the effect very much so. We don't need to know as far as like the specifics of the cause because nobody, and I'll say this very clearly for you to understand, nobody knows what the cause is for gravitational ideas. Any gravitational idea. You can come up with anything, you will never know what's the cause for the effect. We only know that it's a law. It happens always. And it's object and medium dependent. It's dependent on the object and medium. If you change the medium, the density of the medium, the object will react. You change the object, the medium will respond to it. So it's always object and medium dependent. It's
Right. So
interaction between those two.
how do you explain the planets like the solar system if it's like relative
Man,
density?
you've been fed a story, Keon. There is a story that you have in your brain about what those things are. But if I was to tell you, how do you know? What would you tell me? Come on, I need to hear those sweet words from you again. There's 3 words I want to hear. You know them. I need you to say it. Yes?
I actually got a question for
No,
you. So
we ain't
how do,
moving
how
forward.
do
We're
you
not moving forward. I need to hear
how
those
do,
words.
how do you know
No, we're
this?
talking about the planets right now. How do you know anything about those planets? Give me those 3 words.
Well, I research physics.
Yeah, you research physics. Okay, so what do you know about the planet? Anyone, pick one.
Yeah. So what I know, we have planets out there, and
Yeah, what
because
are
of
they?
gravity,
What are they?
well, you have Mars
What is
and the rest,
Mars?
a planet,
I know. What is it?
a physical planet.
Okay, now it's a physical planet. What are the elemental structure of Mars? What is it? What is it made of?
What do you mean?
What is Mars made of?
Well, I mean, atmosphere,
Really?
ground.
What is the
Yeah,
ground made of?
I don't know.
That's the one. Thank you. See how easy that was?
I mean,
I
you could
don't
find
know.
out. You could literally
This
ask
ain't about
ChatGPT
this ain't
what.
about finding out. This ain't about finding out. This is about you recognizing when I get people in here, I hear those words over and over again. And you know what? I don't get tired of it. I want you to say I don't know. Every single time I ask you something, I'm gonna get people to do that always. When you come in here, you're gonna hear every baller coming in here saying those sweet words, 3 words that I like to hear. I don't know. I'm gonna get you to say it over and over and over again. I don't get tired. We can do this
Wait,
all night long.
can I ask you a question? So, how do you know that there's an ice wall? Like, how do you personally know
Did
there's an
I
ice wall?
make the claim that you just said?
Well, that's part of flat
No,
Earth,
no,
right?
no. This ain't part of what I said. Did I say that claim?
Okay, so you don't believe
Did
in
I say that claim?
that? That's literally part of flat Earth.
Did I say that claim?
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. That's
It
what
does matter because if I
that's
didn't say it, you can't put a claim on me that I did not say.
okay. Can I ask Lee Kyrgyz then? How
No,
do you
Lee
know that?
Kargis is not. Don't worry about him. You're dealing with
No,
me.
no, no. I'm just the sideshow, man.
You're dealing with me. We're gonna
Okay,
get
so how do you?
we're gonna get you to say those words again. Hopefully, you pick
Wait,
another topic. We'll go to it again.
how do you know there's a dome?
Did I make that
What?
claim?
Now he's trolling.
Yeah, you made a claim earlier.
When?
You said there's a dome, there's a containment, so there has to be
A
a dome, right?
containment is not a dome. A dome is a specific shape, isn't it?
Right. So
What's the difference
what
between
is
a container?
containing?
Yeah, what's the
What
difference
is
between
contained in
the
the air?
word container and the word dome are 2 very different words and they mean 2 very different things.
Okay. Let me be direct then. So what's
Sure.
contained in the atmosphere?
The container.
Right. What is the container made of?
Yeah, that's asking something that I don't know.
Right. That's good.
That is good because I'm intellectually honest and you need to practice that as well. That's easy, isn't it? Being intellectually honest. When you don't know something, say I don't know.
Okay, so let me ask you this then. So what do you know for certain about the flat Earth? Like something you could
Oh,
say you
simple.
know.
The earth is flat and stationary. I know that. 100%. Through and through.
Okay, and how do you know that?
The earth is observed, it's measured, and it's practically used as flat.
Okay, that's a key word there. Measured. Have you ever
Sure.
measured the length of curvature?
Absolutely.
Okay. How did you do that?
Well, I'll tell you like this. The earth measures 0. The numeric value that I'm going to use is a big old fat goose egg. 0 curvature. No deviation. There's no elevation change. There's no rate of change of slope on the horizon. It measures 0 curvature. No curvature whatsoever. That means that when you do any type of measurements on the surface of the earth, you transfer a line, especially in land surveying, straight, level, flat, all the way across.
Right, but I'm gonna use your same parameters here. So have you
Right.
done it personally, or you trusting somebody that has done it?
The method is simple. The method, listen, I'll put it to you this way. If the method was put out there that Earth curvature has been measured, then people could actually replicate this method. Now, the method for measuring zero curvature is simple. First, you start off with a horizontal plane that doesn't deviate, right? So we're going to go somewhere, we're going to get mean sea level. Mean sea level is at the medium place from the rise and fall of tides. Did I lose you, or are you still with me? Mean
No,
sea level.
yeah, but I'm with you. But the question,
Okay.
I'm asking a different question. I'm asking, have you done that, or you're just explaining it now?
Yeah, it's the way the Earth represents itself. The Earth represents itself as a flat horizontal plane. So with the flat horizontal plane, we're going to measure everything from that reference point, which is what I'm telling you now. So everywhere on the surface of the Earth, we're going to use that reference plane to then measure any elevation change. Now, an elevation profile can be got from the distance from mean sea level to any place on land. Now, this is the only way that you can do this, because you can't have curvature on the Earth that's not been measured. And it has to be either measured to be dropping away from the tangential plane, right? Like if you put, I'll give you an example. If I put a ruler on a basketball, that's a tangential plane. And anything deviating from that plane would be dropping away from that plane. And I could measure a drop over distance. So if that was true, then from mean sea level, that would be the vertical point, and the tangential plane that was be taken from the vertical point there, anywhere away from that, the Earth would be dropping away. And I would say that I wouldn't be able to get any elevation because I'm getting a vertical point from mean sea level, and any point away from that, the curvature of the Earth would be deviating away from that, and I'd have to do some calculations. Now, that right there is done in a mathematical construct. The only way I know that the Earth can be measured as a horizontal plane, meaning that from mean sea level off into any place on land, the horizontal plane that extends from mean sea level off into any place on land, I can know that the land that I'm standing on is a specific elevation above sea level. Like, they say that you could say this mountain is, 14,000 feet or whatever the case is, right? So the mountain or any place on land is understood to be above or below, this depends where you are, above or below mean sea level. But you can only have that on a horizontal plane from mean sea level. That horizontal plane that extends outward is flat Earth, Keon. And there's no deviation from horizontal, meaning that Earth is only measured from that reference point, from mean sea level to that place on land. So the Earth is measured to be flat, sir.
Right. Have you got any written record of this measurement that you've done?
Yeah, everybody who's a land surveyor does plane surveying, and it's useful for geologists that you want to, see what the land's about. They take topographical elevation profiles, on the land for certain long distances. It's local and long and medium range distance. People have been measuring the Earth this way, Keon. That's exactly how they do it. They don't measure the Earth with any curvature. Now, if it was an Earth that was a globe, curvature would be taken into effect, like when they would do their measurements. That's not. Planar surveying never takes the curvature of the Earth into account. It doesn't have to.
Right. So I'm asking, have you got any written evidence of this measurement?
All of the planar surveying data corresponds with the flat Earth. All of it. Every single time they do planar surveying anywhere on the surface of the Earth.
Right, but you still not answering my question. My
I
question is,
am.
have
What
you
more
got-
evidence do you want if everybody's doing it, Keon? Everybody's doing it. All the professionals that are out there right now.
Well, you said to not believe people and to appeal to.
It's a method, sir.
whatever.
It's not about believing
but-
people. The method should be out there how you can actually extrapolate this information. So it's not about you just doing this. It's about a method. The method should be something that can be tested and redone and done over again. So anybody that wants to can do it themselves. Outside of that, you can go to a beach and see that the horizon has a flat horizon, which means that there's no elevation change or rate of change of slope on the horizon. which means that we are dealing with a flat horizon. That it's not, there's no curvature to be detected, no curvature to be measured.
So just to be clear, you haven't actually measured. I mean, you're appealing to surveying, right?
Yeah.
You haven't actually measured
So check this out. Check this out. If anybody's going to measure the surface of the Earth, do you think that they're going to take the curvature into account? I'm not just talking about me. Anybody. Yeah. Hello.
I hear you, but
Can anybody go and measure the curvature of the Earth right now?
I mean, that's the question I'm asking you.
I know that. I'm asking you first, and then I'll get to me. Can anybody measure the curvature of the Earth right now?
I'm not sure. I don't know if I
I
can
know
do
that. See how you're not sure about that question? I am sure that when people go out and do surveying, planar surveying, they will never measure any curvature. In fact, they need the horizontal plane that they reference, which is the flat Earth, to understand that the level Earth that they're going to be measuring has no curvature. That's the method that the professionals use.
Right.
Right. So there's no curvature
question
taken
to
into account with any of
Right.
these
So
surveys.
my question to the professional would be, why are you not taking that into account? And then,
Because the Earth is not curving. Duh.
yeah, but we have to ask them though. Like we can't
It
just assume.
doesn't matter. The information that supports what I'm telling you for planar surveying. You know what? Look up planar surveying, Keon. Do that. The method is there. It's clear. It outlines how they do it. There's no curvature taken into account when they do their planar surveying. It cannot be used that way. If the Earth was curving in any way, they would have to take it into account, even the smallest amount of curvature. They would have to. It would be a part of their information, of the raw data.
Well, like, did they tell you that, or you just assuming?
No, it's not an assumption. It can only be done this way. What are you not understanding? If the Earth was curving, that would have to be taken into account every time they do their surveying.
Here, I've got a quote for you. Isn't that great? I just kind of pop in on the side door with some quotes. Definition of plane survey. This is from civilengineeringterms.com. The type of survey in which curvature of the Earth is not taken into account as a survey is extended over small areas, known as a plane survey. Another quote, method of surveying in civil engineering. It is that type of surveying in which the mean surface of the Earth is considered as a plane and the spheroidal shape is neglected. Plane surveying is done if the area of survey is less than 250 kilometers squared. That's theconstructor.org.
Right. I mean, I would have a lot of questions for the people, the professionals who do this.
You don't
like,
need
why
a lot
they
of
don't-
questions because they're not taking curvature into account.
Yeah, that exactly would be my first question.
Well,
why you're not
you
taking
know,
it into account.
why they're not taking it into account. I'm gonna give you a little. I'm gonna give you a little hint. Because it's not curving.
My question would be, did they tell you that? Like, we
Did
don't
they
know.
tell you
Like,
that?
we
Like,
just-
what the fuck you
we
would
just
expect,
assuming.
dude? If it's not curving, it's not curving. They're not gonna take something into account that's not there.
My
What
favorite part
is
is in
going
a
on?
surveying book. My favorite part is in a surveying book when they'll like do all the surveying calculations and then they'll get to the section on the Earth and they'll just state it. They'll just be like, because the Earth is a sphere. Wait, hold on. Where did you get that from?
Right. What they do is they take a planar survey. They take a bunch of planar surveys, right? And they link them together into a surveying network. And then they say, well, Earth has to be a ball. So let's go choose a mathematical model for the globe. And now let's apply all kinds of corrections so that it can conform to that mathematical model of a globe. So they apply astrogeodetic corrections, they apply gravimetric corrections, refraction corrections. They've got a whole list of corrections that they can go to. And these corrections are playing within the acceptable mean error tolerances, which means that they're hiding curvature within acceptable error tolerances of a globe. It's not there. You don't need it. And they have to assume Earth is a globe in order to conform their measurements to a globe. Like, they could not measure the curvature directly. They have
Just
to
picking
pick
on
out a
random.
mathematical model first and then apply mathematical corrections to what they actually measured in reality, which is flat, in order to create the globe.
Now, what's crazy is that he keeps saying, I got so many questions for them. What questions? I'm already telling you, they don't take it into account. And there's citations where they're saying they don't need it. Still got so many questions. What questions? What are you going to ask them? Please, like, what is it about you that's not getting this? They are not measuring the Earth curving. Because if it was, it would have to be introduced into the way they measure on the surface. Yeah? I don't think he's got it. I feel like he still hasn't
No,
got it.
I get it, but
I
I
don't
don't know
think you
anything
have.
about it.
You know
No,
what's
I
even
get it.
funnier, Keon, is they can select one of many different globe models, and then they have to apply different corrections to fit the globe model that they choose. So it's not even like the corrections they're applying are even measurements themselves. They're calculations based off of measurements, but they're not fundamentally measurements.
Jedi,
They're
did you
the end calculations.
Jedi, did you want to say something?
No, not just yet. Let Keon speak a little bit more. It's funny.
Hey, Jedi.
He's gonna be like, but I still have so many questions. Oh my god, if he says that one more
No,
time, I'm gonna lose
I
my
would have to
shit,
talk
dude.
to I would have to talk to one directly
What the
before I can
fuck
make
are
a
you gonna
conclusion.
tell him, dude? What are you gonna say to the surveyor that we haven't already told you? What are you going to tell them?
I mean, because your explanation for them not taking into account the curvature is because there's no curvature. But I disagree with that.
Well,
I
doesn't
think
that
there's
logically follow? Doesn't that logically follow, dude?
What are you gonna magically? Are they gonna be like, "Psst, nah, man, he lied to you, man. Our planar surveying, we add the curvature in. Don't worry about him, man. We got you. We know what you're saying. We add the curvature in. They don't know what they're talking about, and you're gonna be like, aha, yeah, you guys. I'm glad I talked to you guys, because now you're adding curvature. No, the guy on the internet, he said they don't add curvature, bud. Is that what you think's
You know
gonna
what's
happen?
wild? Sorry, bro. I thought you were done. You know what's wild is Franco is a physicist and he actually like works at CERN and he was in here for like a good hour and he didn't say shit. Like during that whole thing, if you were a physicist and you were really interested in this topic, wouldn't you want to come up and just like own the flirfs?
You know why?
It was
It's
so
because Indio was in here, and Franco and Indio have had it out together before in the past, where Indio totally dunked on him and destroyed his cosmology. And he saw Indio was in here, so he
Oh
was quiet.
wow, epic!
Well, it doesn't matter.
Which
I
episode
think
was that?
he won't come in here either way. He's too
So
afraid.
just another question. So you know the cardinal points. I did the same on the
God,
flat Earth, like east west. I did the same on the flat Earth.
So we got away from the fact that you can't measure any curvature to this question, Keon.
Well, I mean, we can agree to disagree.
No.
So-
No, we're not going to agree to disagree. This genre, sir, is right and wrong. That's this genre. It is not agree to disagree. Nope. Sorry. You can't get away with that.
Because you said, they living out the curvature because there's no curvature. Like I said, I disagree with that. I think if they live it out, it's for
Yeah. That's your opinion. But how can you make that a reality? What are you going to do?
Talking to a
Okay,
professional,
let me talk to a professional and
which
ask him.
is something that nobody ever did. So,
Dude, are you fucking all right? I don't know, Jedi, if you want to speak.
No, you're right. What distance do you think plane surveyors measure, Keon?
I'm not sure. I think someone said that 250 kilometers earlier. I don't know anything about surveying, so I wouldn't.
You don't know anything about surveying. No, they don't. They don't survey up to 150 kilometers because the technology that they use, called the theodolite, is only accurate up to a range of a few kilometers. So what Alpha and everybody else are saying is, for the short distances, with the technology that they use, they don't measure any curvature. They don't measure any curvature when plane surveyors anywhere on the Earth use theodolites to measure distances up to 5 kilometers.
Right.
They measure from a mean sea level reference datum. Did you know that?
Well, just to clarify, so what's the maximum distance they measure?
Depending on the technology, so the theodolite. So that will be on an individual basis, depending on the technology. But you're not going to be getting theodolites to have accurate measurements up to 150 kilometers. That's not even anywhere possible, dude.
Yeah, because what I'm saying
But
is like if it's 5 kilometers, you're not gonna have a lot of curvature in 5 kilometers, is it?
well, this is the thing. When you go 5 kilometers and then you go 5 kilometers again and then you go 5 kilometers again, they're not measuring any curvature. So every time they do it, there's no measurement of Earth curvature.
Right. So you agree with me then? That's literally why they don't count in the curvature. That you agreeing with me?
Yeah, because they don't measure it.
Yeah, and your
Right.
claim is going to be that errors will accumulate over distance. Well, errors relative to what? You have to have the curvature in the first instance to measure the degree of error against. It doesn't exist.
This is why they only measure short distances, because the errors will increase because of things like refraction and the stability of the technology. So they do short distances, 5 kilometers, and then keep doing short distances. Within this planar survey, the total area that they measure is flat.
Right.
Like
So
we said
we
earlier,
go an explanation then.
Sorry, say that again.
I said we go an explanation. Like you're literally telling us why they don't count in the curvature.
I'm telling you, they don't measure any curvature. It's not accounting for, it's the measurement of it. There is no measurement of it.
Right. Right. So I'm right. Like it makes sense, right? It's not.
Yeah, there's no measurement of Earth curvature. Yes. The Earth is measured flat.
Wait, how the fuck are you agreeing with us, dude? I don't get it. How did you just agree with us and you're thinking you're right? Did I miss something?
Yeah. So essentially, you saying that like they measure in flat because they measure in short distances, right?
Yeah, did you hear what
And
Jedi said though? I don't think you did.
yeah. No, I think I did. Yeah.
You did.
Hmm.
So how many flat surfaces level do you think that's going to equal curvature? Yeah.
Well, it literally talked about 5 kilometers, so that you're not going to have a lot of
No,
curvature.
he didn't just say that.
Yeah, so
that's
he
the
said
point.
5 kilometers and then another 5 kilometers. So you're not going to have a lot of curvature in 5 kilometers.
This is the point. So plane surveying is done on every piece of land in the world, taken from mean sea level. So when they use plane surveying up to a distance of 5 kilometers, give or take, doesn't matter how many extended points that they do, 5 kilometers, then 5 kilometers, then 5 kilometers, it's always flat.
Right, so it's no evidence of flat Earth.
It is, because the Earth's measured flat. We're measuring the Earth flat. There's no measurement of Earth curvature here. Not at this distance, not at a larger distance. The curvature comes in because everybody thinks that they're living on a ball. So they readjust the measurements that they've made to fit the Earth being a ball. They'll have errors, they'll have refraction, they'll have whatever they'll have. But the physical measurement of the Earth is physically measured flat.
Right, so how much curvature do you think is in 5 kilometers?
Enough to measure.
And basically you're saying in 5 kilometers they measure is zero curvature.
It's going to be 0.0002 something, maybe 1/6.
Right, so that's
percent
not
of, yeah. So how would you know there's any globe? Why would you even think there's a globe underneath that?
because the curvature is over distance. In
Prove
5
it.
kilometers.
We're asking for that proof.
No.
They will have to measure longer, like a longer distance.
They do, though. This is the thing. This is what I'm pointing out to you. From the 5 kilometer, and then they measure again 5. They're forcing what's called a line when they do plane surveying, right? They do this when they do cartography for coastlines. So we use this measurement with a theodolite of vertical and horizontal angles. Now, if you understand that an angle is two straight sides, and we're measuring horizontal and vertical angles from the surface of the Earth or mean sea level, then you understand that this process requires the Earth to be flat and horizontal, because we're not going to be measuring vertical or horizontal lines from a curved surface. So the practical tools and methodology that we use require the Earth to be flat, because the theodolite measures angles. Same with a sextant, which is a navigational device. We use that for measuring vertical and horizontal angles to terrestrial and stellar objects like the sun and the stars, all measuring angles. The Earth has to be flat for us to do this.
You can't get away from it. Measures flat. Observational, it looks flat. Measures flat, and it's practically used as flat. You were asking me to demonstrate how it's flat.
Yeah, I mean, I take Jedi word for it, but because like I said, I don't know anything about this topic. But can I ask the question I wanted to ask earlier?
Yeah, but did you understand that we're giving you the information of how the Earth is flat? Which is the question you were asking me to give you, and I said there's three categories. There's observation, there's measurement, and then there's practical use. There's three categories.
So far, the audience has heard that you don't know anything about your own claims. You didn't know anything about what you thought gravity was earlier. Now you don't know anything about what you think curvature was. So you don't know. You don't know that Earth is a ball.
Right.
You remember
So
those?
can I
You remember those three words I want you to say, right? I don't know. That's intellectual honesty. Now, when you don't do that and you're being obtuse, then I'm getting to be frustrated because you don't need to be.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of surveying, I would have to, like I said, I would have to take Jedi's word for it, to face value. But again, can I ask, the cardinal points, are they the same on the flat Earth?
What do you mean? Are they the same?
Like, is
flat?
east the same, west the same, and etc.?
Yeah.
Right.
The cardinal point, north, south, east, and west,
Right.
are the same. Probably the thing that you don't understand about north, south, east, and west, though, is they're horizontal bearings. So they're horizontal as well. North is horizontal, a distance along mean sea level where your compass points. East and west is a horizontal bearing, a circle of equal altitude around the ground position of your magnetic field. North. Horizontal points, though, dude.
Right. So, Jedi, do you believe in the ice wall?
Ice wall?
Yeah, that's one more.
Yeah. No, I don't have beliefs. There's an idea out there that some flat earthers think that the Earth is encircled by a wall of ice. I've got absolutely no way of verifying this. I would not make that claim. That claim comes from a north-centric polar projection of the globe model, where Antarctica is at the center and Antarctica is spread out to the circumference. That's a globe map. So I have no idea.
Right. So,
if Antarctica is an island, as is commonly thought to be, right? You can go to Wikipedia, you can go to the U.S. Geological Survey site, and you can read how they describe the coastline of Antarctica as being massive ice walls, about 98% of its perimeter. So that ice wall claim is really not something exclusive to flat earthers. Just want to point that out.
well, I mean, we globies, we believe Antarctica to be a continent. So I don't know about the flat earthers.
Well,
but
I'll speak for myself and say I think Antarctica is likely a big, gigantic island on flat Earth.
right. I mean, we believe that too as globies. We believe it's a huge continent. I believe it's.
Yeah. You keep saying that word "believe," mate.
No,
like you asked me. You asked me.
We know. I'm sorry. We know.
I mean, that's fine. I'll guarantee you this: you don't know. You believe.
Well, no,
As
really,
in,
because
sorry, have you been there?
I mean, I've researched people.
Have you been there?
People cross
Have
Antarctica.
you,
People cross Antarctica.
that's lovely.
Yeah.
So you would believe those stories, wouldn't you?
I mean, so I have to go to Antarctica to prove that it's a continent. That's what you're saying.
To have first-hand knowledge, yeah. Otherwise, it's just an anecdotal story that you take on trust and believe without any first-hand evidence. Just like you asking me if I believe in if there's an ice wall. I don't know there's an ice wall. I don't have beliefs. You understand, right?
Okay. So let me ask you this. So if I'm in Argentina, right, and I keep traveling west, where would I end up on the flat Earth?
If you were to continue along the same latitudinal line in a circle west, you would end up where you started from, obviously.
That's on the globe. How does that work on a flat Earth?
That's going west around north, which is a circle.
So you understand what a latitude is, right?
Yeah, it's a circle of equal altitude around the ground position of Polaris, measured with angles from a horizontal plane with a sextant. It's a circle around a point.
Right. So let me make this clear. So in the flat Earth.
Sorry, do you understand what I said before you make it clear? You understood what I said, right? You asked me what a line of latitude was. It's a circle of equal altitude, requiring a flat Earth to measure.
Yeah, I mean, I disagree with your answer.
Really? How do you measure your latitude?
Oh, that's a good point. It could still be on a flat. It's just a circle from Polaris.
Yeah, that's why I say
do you
that's why I
measure
say I disagree.
latitude?
So
How do you measure latitude?
I don't know how you measure altitude, but I'm asking if I'm on the latitude, I'm not one specific.
So you don't know how you measure latitude, and yet you're going to disagree with me on what
I mean,
latitude is.
you saying it's a circle, I disagree. Like you're going in a circle.
Even in the globe model, it's a freaking
Yeah, it's a
circle.
circle, but you're going around the fucking globe, right? Yeah, but on a flat Earth, you're saying you're basically going around the flat Earth.
You're going around a circle. Yeah, it's a circle.
Right. So that would
the horizontal bed while you're talking.
Right. That would involve having an ice wall, right?
No.
Okay. So let me ask you this. So if on the flat Earth, I'm on a certain latitude, let's say the southernmost latitude, and I keep traveling, where I'm gonna end up?
If you stay on the same latitudinal line, you'll end up where you started.
Okay.
Yeah, the big difference is, Keon, is you think you're doing a somersault around a ball.
Yeah. So so on the flat Earth, in order for me to end up in the same place, you're saying I have to go around the flat Earth, right?
Yeah, in a circle, you called that east. On a latitude, which is a circle around Polaris. Sorry, the ground position of Polaris. Sorry, before you continue talking about longitude and latitude, can I ask you how longitude and latitude are measured?
I'm asking the questions, bro. So
I'm not under interrogation by you, my friend. This is a
No,
friendly discussion.
I'm trying to understand the flat Earth.
You're not gonna,
I'm trying to understand the flat
Hey,
Earth.
listen to the bravado on this one, Jedi.
Right, he's got some bollocks on him, this one, isn't he? Dude, I'm just asking you, being as you're asking the questions, if you know the fundamentals about the things that you're asking. So, do you know how they're measured?
So, okay, can I ask my question, or you're gonna?
Are you not listening?
That's totally irrelevant to what we're talking about.
My friend, we're having a conversation about latitude and navigation. I'm asking you about the very basic principles of this coordinate system, longitude and latitude, that we use for navigation. I'm asking you the very simple question: do you know how latitude and longitude are measured?
What do you mean? How they measured?
If I want to figure out my latitude, how do I do it?
Like if I'm like outside and I'm trying to figure out what latitude.
Yeah, if I want to figure out my location because I want to navigate somewhere, like within your question, how do I do that?
It sounds to the audience like you don't know what you're talking about. You're bringing up latitude as if it's going to be some slam dunk against flat Earth, but you don't even know what latitude is. So you don't know that it could be the slam dunk against flat Earth that you think it is.
No, I'm trying
No,
to
you're
figure
not.
out
No,
what's the
he's
southern.
looking it up. He's looking
What's
it up
the
right now.
no, no, no.
Keon,
I'm not
Keon,
looking up
Keon.
anything.
I need you to say
I'm
you
trying to
don't know
figure
right
out
now. Just
what the
say you don't know.
southernmost.
No, just say you don't know.
What,
Keon?
what's the
Yeah, no,
southernmost latitude
dude,
on the
just say
flat
you
Earth?
don't know. That'll be better.
No, I'm asking
No,
a
you're
question.
not.
What's the southernmost
I need
latitude
you
on the?
to agree that you don't know, because I want to stop you, and I want you to realize that you don't know. Like Amish said, you're asking questions that you don't have no idea of how to answer them. When Jedi asks you questions, you're not responding to him. You're silent, and that looks to everybody like you don't know what you're talking about. So when that happens, just say, "I don't know." We're not gonna take your silence as you're trying to figure it out in your mind. You're actually trying to look it up. Just say you don't know.
But hey, if it's clear that he doesn't know, you guys don't have to like keep drilling it, asking.
You can have a seat, sir. We're not talking to you. The way this works, we're the hosts, you're the guest. Yeah? All right. Go ahead, Keon.
Okay, so yeah, so let me simplify
Not
it.
really. We're looking for the sweet words, I don't know. You're not going to simplify shit because you don't know anything, Keon. We're looking for you to be honest about how you don't know something.
No, because
Nah,
see,
that's not
the reason why.
look here, dudes. You don't know, say you don't.
Yeah, I don't
Thank
know.
you.
Can I ask my question now? Can I ask
That's
my
strike
question?
3, isn't it?
So let's say I'm on the equator. I'm on the equator, and I keep traveling on the same line
You
of
don't know what
latitude. Where
latitude
I'm
is.
gonna
So, hey,
end up?
if we were a bunch of globers and we asked you what latitude was, if
The
we asked you what
equator. The
latitude
equator
was
is
and you're in a
different latitude.
24/7 globe Earth discussion, what would you say?
Latitude. The equator is latitude. So if
Oh
I'm on
my
the
gosh.
equator and I keep
So
traveling
you wouldn't
east
know how to
or west,
evaluate whatever a glober says about latitude and their location on Earth, let
Yep.
alone what a flat earther says about it. You just don't know. So you don't know anything about gravity, which you thought was a slam dunk against flat Earth. You don't know anything about surveying, which you thought was a slam dunk against flat Earth. Now you don't know anything about basic navigation, which you thought was also a slam dunk against flat Earth. You don't know. You don't know that Earth is a globe, and that's what the audience is hearing right now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, can you explain how latitude and longitude work on a flat Earth? So I can.
Jedi just did.
Work. Because this is why I asked you, how is longitude and latitude measured? Now, for example, if I want to figure out, like I asked you, what my latitude is, I'm going to measure an angle. That angle is going to be the height of Polaris above the horizon. This measurement to give me the whole longitude and latitude system requires a flat Earth, because it's an angle measurement taken up from the horizontal plane of reference. That's mean sea level. You're going to need a flat Earth to have and even start the conversation about where I am with regards to longitude and latitude, and what will happen when I navigate using this coordinate system. To have this coordinate system, you require a flat Earth. You know what an angle is, right?
So
He doesn't. Just say
It's a
you don't know.
question.
Just say you don't know.
It was a question, but
Because you,
Just say you don't know.
you saying stuff that is not.
Just say you don't know.
He's saying stuff that is not relevant to what I'm asking.
Yeah,
Literally.
he is. He
So
is. It's relevant. It really is.
how? Because I'm trying to figure out on a globe. I understand how latitude and
No, you
longitude
don't.
work. So
How does it work on a globe?
Yeah, I do. I know what a latitude is.
You keep saying that. How does it work?
Sorry. How's longitude and latitude measured on a globe? How's that done?
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what is the latitude.
Keon, we're having a conversation about navigation and what happens when you go in certain directions based on the coordinate system that we're using. You invoked latitude. You also invoked east and west, but we'll put that to the side. I'm trying to point out to you that as soon as you say latitude, that's a flat Earth measurement. So my question to you is now, how do you measure latitude if you're on a ball, a curved surface?
We're not talking about the ball. We're talking about the flat Earth.
Yeah, so
So
you're going to require a
um,
flat Earth to even start talking about the coordinate system, because it's going to be an elevation angle taken from a horizontal plane, the height of Polaris above the horizon. For example, if I'm at the North Pole and Polaris is directly above my head, that's 90 degrees north, vertical line down from where the line of the star intersects me on the Earth, and the horizontal line perpendicular to that vertical. As I move backwards, measure an angle from mean sea level to Polaris, and I measure an angle of 45 degrees. My latitude is 45 degrees. That measurement requires a flat Earth. You understand this, right? You know what an angle is, don't you?
so Jedi, so on
You
the flat
understand,
Earth,
buddy? You know what
on
an
the
angle is? Okay.
on the
So I
flat Earth,
continue to ask you questions, but you never answer.
on the flat Earth, is South like North America and South
You're gonna answer
America
his
on?
question. This is the last time you're gonna divert away from his question. Answer it, or go back.
Is
Answer it, or go back
is
down to a
divergent?
listener. It's up to you. Answer it, or go back down to a listener.
Is asking me
All
stuff
right.
that is not
Yeah. See
relevant
that?
to what
Then
I'm
fuck
talking
off.
about.
Then fuck off of the stream. Bye. Fuck out of here, dude. You want us to extend a courtesy to listen to your dumb ass, but you don't want to answer any of our questions? Fuck off, dude.
He spent most of his time with us exposing how little he knows and how much he wants to believe.
The man was being cordial with you, and you're just being obtuse as fuck. Nah, fuck that.
Yeah.
I was getting confused. So I keep asking you questions, sir, but you just don't seem to be answering them. It's a bit weird.
I mean, like most people come into this conversation unprepared. They think that they know because they believe that other people before them of greater minds have figured this out. They can just ride on their shoulders.
I
Pygmies
think
on the shoulders of giants.
the worst part about it is he didn't know anything, and he didn't admit that he didn't know anything until I had to force it out of him. Like, no, you're not going to move forward until you admit that you don't know. And on top of that, he's not cordial enough to be like, yeah, let me answer your question. And at least back and forth would probably be better that way, but he was just being obtuse. And that kind of entitlement, I think, is what I don't appreciate. Just don't be entitled. Just be intellectually honest. If you don't know something, say I don't know it. That's simple.
I gave him a cheat code an hour ago when I told him that he needs to pay attention because this is an honesty test. And he said, okay.
You wanted to come back up and whatnot. Like that.
We're showing the world that the average person has no idea what the Earth is. That's really what this is about. It's a gigantic belief in the globe. It's like an urban myth that got legs and ran away.
The important thing is every single one of these interactions are being documented. We're keeping these on record. They're going on our YouTube channel. They're going on this specific channel. We're documenting all these interactions. And, for the audience, if they want to come back and listen to these streams, you're going to find out that every time these guys come up here, they're never going to be honest. They're never going to answer our questions. They're always going to divert, red herrings, obfuscate. They're never going to stick to the point. And it's just a dishonest tactic. Why aren't they honest? Why don't they say they don't know? If we're intellectually honest, why can't they be? You know what I mean? Like that's unfair.
Yeah, what's the psychology going on behind somebody who adamantly refuses to accept that they don't know what they don't know, even after being embarrassingly exposed in front of the whole world?
Very strange behavior.
So, Amish rather, what do you think is going on in their brain when they do that thing where they go from, they go from like a positive to a negative, trying to use negatives to prove the positive claim of curvature. They'll almost immediately go, well, if it's not true, then X, 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 or Y, it's not true. You know what I mean? Like there's
Yeah.
this moment notice that keeps happening over and over again.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. It's complex. I think one of the things happening is that people haven't been taught and haven't had practice with critical thinking. We've gotten by in our modern age of labor diversification, right? Everybody's specializing in their own little thing, and so they're conditioned to think that they have to trust. And in order for them to succeed, they very well may have to trust other people in their particular fields of endeavors to accomplish things in the way that they say that they are. So they are, in essence, leaning upon the massive framework of popular science, of consensus-based reality, under the assumption that everybody in the world believes the same, therefore they're likely correct. These outlier flat earthers are not with the main consensus view, therefore there's something wrong with them and they are incorrect. I think this is kind of what's going on subconsciously in their brain. And they're unwilling to free their mind and think for themselves. There's another component to this, which is the social cost. The social cost to being a flat earther is enormous. People lose friends, jobs, relationships, you name it. And it's because people have been conditioned to think over the past 100 years or so that if you think the earth is flat, then you're stupid, you're a caveman. Because only cavemen thought that. We have NASA, we have rocket ships, we have satellites orbiting around the globe. How could you possibly think the earth is flat? And then you've got the Flat Earth Society with their stupid memes making us look dumb. No, which we're not. We're not the Flat Earth Society, by the way. So society's been conditioned to think that flat earthers are stupid. So in their mind, they're talking with someone who's stupid and they're going against consensus reality. Therefore, I can make fun of them. Therefore, the burden of proof is on them to prove that the earth is flat. Even though if you're honest, you can look out and you can take inventory of everything you've ever lived through, and you know that you've never seen curvature or experienced the earth itself spinning.
I think you hit it on the nail there. The head on the nail is conditioning. That makes a lot of sense. People are conditioned to respond this way. I see. I'm gonna.
Like Kyrgyz, did you see the so far you've been exposed to like most of the 24/7 team? These are the homies, man. Amish, Heretic, Jedi. You've interacted with most of these guys. They're pretty top guys, man. All these guys. Like this is the crew.
Solid.
This is the crew I run with, man. These are the guys.
We haven't had Q in here yet, but yeah.
No, we have. It was episode 4, but it got scrubbed. They did what they did. But yeah, but he's kind of a boomer, so he doesn't really know his way around tech. So it's very he was struggling. He's like, he calls me Miggy because that's what my old name used to be. The Miggy, I can't understand. I can't get this. I gotta go. So he took off.
Oh.
He couldn't get it.
But he can handle Discord? Discord's worse.
Yeah. No, dude, he really likes Discord. Either way, man. Yeah, we've been doing this for a long time. We know all the damn tricks to all these guys.
So, like Kyrgyz, at some point in your journey, and maybe you're there, you go from asking for proof of flat Earth to asking for proof of the globe, because you know that flat stationary Earth is what you experience, what we all experience, is a base axiom. This is the very foundation of our reality. So in order to believe in something contrary to your lived experience that your senses have developed as such to take in and understand, you're going to need some damn good evidence. And when we get these globers coming in as they do, coming in empty-handed every time, and when we expose that they believe somebody else has proved it, somebody else is the expert, somebody else has to have this evidence. And when we go through thousands and thousands of interactions through all walks of life, recording everything, you see that nobody has the answers. Nobody has the evidence. So what's one good reason why I should believe there's a globe? when literally everything we do and see and experience practically and observably is not.
That's called negative proofs, though, right? Like what they're doing. Is there a name for it? That's what I'm trying to look for. Is like what is the name for the process that they're doing?
It's a burden
Is
of
it
proof
is
reversal.
reversal? Okay.
Burden of proof reversal fallacy. Yep. The positive claim on the table is that Earth is experienced flat and stationary. Like, where can I go to see the curve? Where can I go to feel the Earth spinning? How can I measure it spinning? How can I measure it curving?
Isn't this fun? It is, because like most of the world is this way, man, and it doesn't matter. We could tell them till we're blue in the face; they're not going to change their mind. So we're not in it to convince people. It's not what we're here for. We're here to expose them to the fact that the truth is going to be told, and whether they agree with it or not, that's up to them. They're going to reconcile that amongst themselves. And we're not here to twist people's arms into flat Earth. For what?
Yeah, it's not like you could if you wanted to. Like we can't
No.
we can't take somebody right now and convince them. They have to convince themselves. They have to be willing to be convinced. So we kind of point them in a direction and send them on a journey. And it's up to them if they want to take the first step.
You got a few listeners down there, man. Welcome, guys. 24/7 Flat Earth, episode number 17. Falsification is independent of replacement. We've been tearing down the thing they want us to replace, but we don't have to do it. It's not part of what we do.
Hey, Alpha, I have to drop in a few minutes. I'll be back in about 15 to 20, and then I'll be on for almost an hour.
Yeah. I may or may not be here. I'm not sure. Kind of, it's about hitting that hour.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I'll be on for a little bit more, but
Okay. I'll drop as a listener.
all right, man.
I'll be honest, my weakness and knowledge is with theodolites, and specifically the vectors that this one guy has posted to me that they're using to show that there's like an offset between the two theodolite measurements, and that shows curvature. I'm not as familiar with this argument.
I was going to tell you, and also anybody else that's listening, if you guys are having trouble with like globe earthers, if you want them to come in here to see how they fare, I would ask for you guys to invite them to this space. Yeah, just follow me, and just keep in mind, like, you know, I usually go live. I have a work schedule that's like, I work 3 days, 12-hour shifts, and then I'm off like 3 days. I work 4 days, 12-hour shifts, and I'm off 4 days. So that's just to keep you guys ahead of knowing that like, this is my last day. Then I'll be working 3 days, and then I won't be on those 3 days. But on the days that I'm not, I usually am on.
That's
Just
how
to kind of let you know when I'll be on, more or less. For those guys that are following me, and I appreciate you guys that are following me. Yeah, if you have any trouble with guys that are thinking that the Earth is a globe, send them my way. I would love to talk to them.
I've invited at least 3 or 4 people just today. Just in like the last hour, I've reposted your space for the first time. And yeah, man, I'm doing my part. Hope you all do too.
Don't bring the hater up here. That's a fake account. Trying to pull a fast one on me, eh? Get vaccinated? Not gonna work. I look at the accounts now before they come up.
"24/7 Flat Earth, episode 17. Falsification is independent of replacement." AKA great claims require great evidence.
Have you ever fixed the fact that you can't get co-host? If I shot it to you right now, you see if you'd get it. right now. Be smashing if you could get it. Oh, if anybody else wants to come up and chat with us, you can. You guys come up here, talk to us. Maybe ask us questions or just get to know us, whatever it is. 24/7, like we're a group of friends, and like I mentioned, it was me, Heretic, Amish, Jedi. Flat Lloyd's in here too. Overlord, he's in the listening panel. Mike B, Kembo Beats. There's a couple of us in here right now. Sounded like Laszlo was white knighting for what's his face in here. For what reason? I don't know. Because usually we say people can just stand up for their own claims. Let them, if they made the claim, let them stand up for it. He's the one that said it. You don't have to. He doesn't need friends to jump in and do his battles for him. Just saying, man. No real good arguments today. Couple of reality deniers, 99%ers, Jedi. That's what I got today. I show like Hergus my compilation of 99% guys. It's
You're what?
99%ers. It's a compilation I made, 14 minutes long. Best compilation ever.
You showed that to me? I didn't see it.
No, I said if I was, I don't have to dig it out. It's on one of my YouTube channels.
Gotcha. Oh, okay.
One of my YouTube channels has it. But nonetheless, it's like everybody's saying that, well, I can't know if I'm a brain in a jar or not. And this lady was like, I asked her if she knows that she's sitting down in her chair. She's like, yeah, well, only 99%, 99.99999. And I was like, okay, so could you be swimming in an ocean? Or flying a plane? And yeah, she was. It's funny, dude.
Oh, so this is back to the philosophy thing.
Yeah, I'm telling you, people don't know in this reality where their senses dictate what they know, how they know what they know, if it's possible that they can discern reality. And that's troublesome because when you're trying to say that you are in a position to tell somebody that their reality isn't what it is, but it's actually that the Earth is flat and stationary. And if, let's just say, okay, right, I'll give it to you this way. If I told you that I only knew 99.999% that the Earth is flat, why the fuck would you change your mind? What reason would you have in your brain to jump to this ship? You're like, well, you're not sure. If I think that this is the best truth I got going, and you're telling me you're that sure, why would I even believe that? Why would I think that that's true? You know what I'm saying? Like, why would I? What are you? Yeah, it's like me telling you, sell me this pen. Well, I'm only 99% sure I can sell it to you. Really? We're not looking for you. We're looking for the guy who's 100% sure they can sell me this pen. You know what? That's.
Yeah.
And it's not appealing. It's not appealing. You saying that you're not really sure. There's a possibility you could be wrong. But I am telling you the truth. Okay? No, I'm all good over here. I'll stay with the globe. You go ahead and keep your 99% flat Earth.
So your position on the Earth, that there is no curvature, necessitates that elsewhere you also be 100% sure of your reality.
Elsewhere? What do you mean?
For like when it on other topics.
Everything needs to be in the framework of being able to discern what your reality is. If you're not able to discern what reality is,
objective reality, like that an objective reality exists.
Yeah, and if you're not able to do that, it undermines every truth claim that you could present. Every truth claim. Nothing's going to be true anymore. It's subjective interpretation. Jedi's truth about what the Earth is his truth. My truth is my truth. Heretic's truth is his truth. Yours is your truth. Amish is his truth, and so on.
That's true, though.
No, it's not. That's bullshit, though.
It's true that
no, it's not true. That shit is not true, like Lycurgus. This is the worst type of thinking, and that's the reason why people are their minds twisted up into a pretzel, because they can't discern what reality is. So therefore, when presented an idea about like some, Earth that's a globe, they ponder it. Well, I don't really know. Well, that's interesting. Go ahead and tell me. And then they get swept up with the lore about the fantasy of what it is and black holes and quasars and shit. And you can never ground
you
yourself.
occupy the same universe that I do.
What does that mean?
Same reality.
Reality, yeah, of course.
Okay, and how do you know that?
That's weird. What do you mean? How do I know that?
Well, you made the claim, right? That there's.
Yeah. Do you live in a different?
Live in that reality.
Do you live in a different reality? Do you live in a different reality?
You're asking me a question. You're making the claim that objective reality is true. That your claims about the Earth rely on this objective reality being true, and that we also both live in this. So I'm asking you, how do you know we both live in this objective reality?
Because reality isn't a subjective thing.
I was asking AV, but
I know who you were asking, Sunshine. Do apologize for answering.
Isn't it obvious though? I don't know. I guess to him it's not. Lycurgus is kind of like his epistemology is askew. He thinks that he's when you get into his brain, he'll tie himself up in knots, and then you're just like, dude, you're just all twisted up in your thinking. And he's like,
disagree.
no, I'm not.
I don't tie myself up in any knots.
You do. The knots that you have right now, you're not. The knots that you have right now.
Answer my question.
Yeah. You think that we have two different.
You haven't
realities.
answered my question yet.
You think that we have two different realities, like Lycurgus?
know.
You think we have two different realities, and it's not two different realities.
I didn't
it's
say that, did I?
One.
I asked you, how do you know we're both in the same reality? I didn't make a claim about.
What do you mean? How do I know we're both in the same reality? That's absurd.
Just show me. How do you know? Just tell me how you know.
Are we not talking on X right now, you and I?
Yes.
Well, it's a binding product that you and I are sharing at the moment.
X is the reality?
No, it's not the reality. It's a binding product of reality, because we are sharing it. We are sharing.
Reality.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you accept it or not. It's still true. The product of X, whatever it is, it's a program that's designed so that we can communicate.
Right. So
yeah, it's not hard. It's not
that we both
science,
occupy
dude.
the same reality is that we're both on X together.
We're sharing a communication that we're experiencing in the reality that we're both together in. So there's no bullshit that you're going to be able to sell me, that you're going to twist me up in some philosophical knot that's going to make it sound like we're not. Dude, I don't need you to tell me that. No, bullshit.
It's a shared experience.
It is what it is, right? It is what it is.
You are having your experience, and I'm having my experience, correct?
In the same fucking reality, dude. There's no different reality that we're in.
We've gone from two different experiences now to
bullshit.
the same reality.
Nah, you're fucking bullshit, dude. I don't like that. That's weasel fucking Glober bullshit.
It's not.
It is.
It's not.
Because we're in the same fucking call right now, talking to each other. And if you say that you're somewhere in a distant reality, yeah, fucking true. You bet your ass it's true. You bet your ass it's fucking true. It's fucking true that we're talking together right now on X.
I simply asked you how you know we are in
because we're talking to each other on the fucking program X.
Okay.
This is a fucking numpty ass idea that you think you're gonna outsmart or philosophically fucking twist this bullshit up. Like, it's stupid, dude. It's fucking stupid, Lycurgus.
So I just, for the record, I have Globers calling me stupid and flat earthers.
No. You ain't gonna do that shit. We ain't gonna do that shit. What we're gonna do right here is call people out for their fucking sophist bullshit. This is some textbook sophistry. Textbook. It's because you don't want to identify that true claims about us being in the same reality is a shared experience. in which you and I are in right now. So this
Okay.
is some bullshit right now.
Okay, so reality is a shared experience.
Oh my god, dude! You don't have to reiterate the point that I made.
I'm applying the same criticism and procedure that I do Globers to you.
No.
Globers
is what you're
So I would
doing, dude.
appreciate it, AV, if you would
You hear this
stop
guy,
insulting
Jedi?
me
You
personally.
hear this guy, Jedi? Dude,
I would
personally,
appreciate that.
how can I personally insult you? The tactic that you're using is in some way it's nefarious because you're undermining the true reality in which we
Okay,
all
you're
exist in.
ascribing qualities or intentions to what I'm asking. You're ascribing all these things instead of answering the question.
Answering what question? I've already answered the question.
Okay, so we're in a shared reality.
Yeah.
We're okay.
And what? Like, what do you want to add to it? What addendum? What fucking caveat is there going to be?
How
you're trying to twist this shit up, like Kurgus. You're twisting this fucking thing up so where you can make it sound like a fucking shithouse lawyer that you're going to make it sound like you're going to come out the victor, and you're fucking not, dude.
No,
it is what it fucking is.
I'm
yeah, you're
latching
trying to
onto the
fucking
bone or
figure.
whatever.
You're trying to twist this shit up to where you can turn it into like a fucking textbook sophist does. In a Glober debate.
I don't know what that means. What a textbook sophist is.
It's like exactly when a Glober comes in here and is trying to get away from the true claims. He's trying to figure his way. Like, how can I put this to you? All right, check this out. So let's put it that you're in a different reality, but how would you know that? Maybe you're dreaming.
I didn't say
I'm
that
not dreaming,
though.
but you are.
You're
Like,
ascribing things
some
I didn't
bullshit,
say.
dude.
This is you're arguing with someone in your brain, but not what I said. I didn't say that, did I? I didn't say
So
we're in
why
different
would you need to
realities,
think?
did I?
Okay, so once I
say that?
reach,
Alpha,
once,
did I say that?
No, I
did I
don't
say
care,
we're in
dude.
different realities?
It doesn't. You were trying to make it sound to me.
Did
like,
I say that? No,
you
I
were
didn't.
making.
You're a
You
liar.
need to stop telling me when I'm in my fucking. Yeah, that's right. Because there's no way, dude. There's no fucking way he's gonna be in here saying that bullshit. Fuck that. Fuck all that. Can you imagine, Jedi, when somebody's telling you that shit? It's bullshit, dude.
I'm just listening, being confused, mate. I don't know what's going on.
We're obviously in the same fucking reality. Like,
I guess we need to start defining reality at this.
yeah, but like when you reduce everything to absurdity, all bets are off, man. There's no way we're gonna be able to have communication. We don't know what words mean. We're just gonna reduce everything to absurdity. Everything. Well, what does the word "the" mean? You used it in a context that I don't know what it means. The? What is the? How do you know that means that? Were you dreaming? Were you awake? Were you sober? Were you hallucinating? Like, this is stupid. It's like, why do you have to go through so many mental contortions? You know, like, there's no need. There is no fucking need for none of it.
You wouldn't drop it.
Well, it's just like because I deal with it on it. It's textbook. It's very classic. Globers come in here when they don't want to answer. They get into their shithouse lawyering, and it sounds like they're trying to weasel their way out of like being held accountable for what they think. You know, in reality, it's just it doesn't win the day, man. At the end of the day, if we can't have an understanding of what reality is, then like I said, all bets are off. You can make up whatever your reality is. You're a brain in a jar at that point. Or you could be schizophrenic, or you know how some of these classic solipsism individuals are, and they come in there. The day, that's the way it is. Bullshit is bullshit. I think Keon wants to come up here. I'm not gonna let you up, dude. There's no way. But at least, you know, we're getting somewhere with people, like, because I want to agree with somebody, but I can't agree if you're saying that we're not in the same shared reality. Like, my God, like, what are we gonna do then? You're beating reality up. There's no need for it. It's just like this philosophical, I don't know what you want to call it, like lofty positions that people want to take. Like, they're so, I don't know. Oh, they're such an overthinker. They're just gonna. It just makes things really bad. Like,
Yeah, so Alpha, if reality's not objective, then it's objectively not a globe.
yeah, I mean, that would follow, wouldn't it? Like, because I mean, no, but I think, like Kyrgyz, he took a different position. He's more of like, he's not really on the side of Globers, but at the same time, I always felt like there was something that it wasn't hitting right, and I think this was the thing that wasn't hitting right. And I usually, when I ask this question to the Glober, it's like that one thread that you pull and it unravels the sweater, because it's like it's the underpinning for how they view anything. It doesn't matter if it's flat earth or globe. Like, if they fail at this one part about discerning whether or not they can tell you what reality is, if they're objectively viewing it as something that's intrinsically true for everybody, or they're saying it's subjectively interpreted, then you can understand, okay, you really don't know. You honestly don't know if you can make a statement that's true.
Well, that was weird too with Lycurgus. Like, even earlier in the night, we were arguing, or Overlord was like, if your wife left you, like, could you know if she left you? Like, yeah, bro, she's gone. And like, he's gotten this whole game, like, yeah, but what were her intentions? And sure, like, yeah, you don't know exactly what everyone else is thinking, but you can tell, the notes on the bed, and she's gone. She's not here anymore.
Yeah, he got into it. Was like, okay, how do you know that she wasn't taken? Or, it got into like, no. The point was, and the way it was framed was like, if she left, if she went ahead and told you that she was leaving, because of whatever, you had a falling out or whatever, and she just wanted to leave by her own volition, and she left you, then according to him, she's not really gone. I was like, what the hell is going on? Like, dude, if things aren't, he made it sound like the laws of like non-contradiction, the laws of non-excluded middle, like none of that applies. There's gray areas in between those. So it's not true, the logical framework for any of those. The law of non-contradiction, that stuff, like there's always gray areas in between. So that it's not really, he's like, that's fine that you think the laws of logic are there, but they're not solid. They're
well, and that's, he's like, there's no middle. He's like, there's got to be a third option.
Yeah.
There's got to be a middle ground. And it's this whole thing of like, if you don't know everything, then you can't know anything.
Yeah.
And that's the dumbest shit. It's like, I don't know, right? You don't have to know everything to know something.
Yeah, it's like, and I used it, like we were talking about kill and murder, but that was a bit too morbid to bring up. But you guys can probably rewind the stream. But I was saying, it's like, think about it. Somebody's having a birthday somewhere on this earth, right? They're having a birthday party or all that. And then he's like, well, how do you know that? Like, how is that possible? That's the truth claim. I'm like, because eventually someone's having a birthday today and they're having a party. Like, that's just true. What are you saying? That doesn't happen? Because even if we're not there to witness it, it's still true. Like, it's gonna be the truth. Oh shit, dude. So an event that occurs, even if you're not there to witness it, will still occur. It doesn't matter if you're there or not. It will still happen. You are not.
That's a logical deduction.
Yeah, it's not contingent. It's not contingent upon your presence being there. Something's going to occur. It's like, so now that he's not here, are we still all here? Yeah, we're still all here. The ones who were here before he left. It's just like, I don't know why. I guess it's fun to be logically inconsistent. I don't know for what reason. Like, is this some kind of fun game that people like playing? But how do you know that's real? And that thing that you said before that, how do you know that thing's not like? Oh God, like this. We have to
They're like,
establish.
it's like
you know,
suicide bomber philosopher mentality, right? I'm going to come in, I'm going to blow up the joint, and then nobody can win.
basically, and he feels like he's got the high ground at that point. See, nobody won. There you go. I win. You know, none of you won, but I did, because I made the claim that none of you can know anything.
Well, then shortly after that, a guy came in and was like, wanting to know everything about the Earth besides the surface shape, or the lack of curvature. Like, oh, can we find the edge, right? Well, if we can't do those things, how can it be flat? It's like, dude, you understand? Those are independent things, man.
Yeah. They have to be, dude. It's like, I just think, like, I mean, how can you challenge somebody on their worldview if it's undermined by like not being able to? Because see, that's what I charge the Globers with, conspiracy. When they go, I'm not really sure. I'm only 99.9999% sure that the Earth is a globe. I'm like, okay. So there's a sliver of a chance it could be flat and stationary. So, isn't that true?
The mind virus, right?
It's exactly. If you gave me that sliver of a chance, I'm going to use that little percentage to say that the Earth is flat and stationary in that percentage. And you have to agree with me. You can't say no because you said I could be wrong, which that wrong means that I'm right.
So you're saying there's a chance.
So you're saying there's a chance, right? I didn't say it. They did. So they basically undermined their position. Do you see how wrong it would be to say that in an argument conspiracy? Like if the Glober went out and said, if you told them, "Are you 100% sure that the Earth is a globe?" and they're like, "Not really. I'm 99.99999%," and you're like, "Okay." So now what? Because you don't really know the Earth's a globe. Then, according to your percentage, I could be right.
Tell me how you got those percentages.
That's another thing. Ask them that question.
Why is it uncertain? Why not?
Because just like Kyrgyz and everybody else who thinks like that, they think that saying that you're certain, it doesn't leave room to be wrong. And doing that says that you're intellectually dishonest. Do you know that that's actually like they're viewing it like that's the right way, and the way to think to say if you're certain about something, it's backwards, that you're wrong?
I'm so humble that I'm 99.999% sure.
Yep. That's
we're 100% sure it's flat.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. What would be the appeal, Amish, if you told somebody, we know the Earth is flat. We're 99.9999% sure. How does that doesn't age well, dude? Somebody's going to come to you and be like, yeah, I'm good over here, man. You can stick your 99.9% flat Earth. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, yeah, the expectations, the other guy's going to be like, wow, so he's leaving himself a little bit of doubt, which means he's being honest.
No, I don't
he's
think
full
so.
of integrity, that guy.
I don't think so, man. They would dance on top of that 99.9. They'd be like, okay, so you're telling me that percentage, it could be a globe. So you're wrong, flat earther. How much you want to make a bet?
Right,
That's what,
right.
They're not going to look at it the other way. Now, this guy's an honest Joe right here. We need to get along with that one. I want to be that kind of flat earther right there. The one who's honest, because he's leaving that sliver of a chance he could be wrong and it could be a globe. That's a guy I want to know. I want to be that kind of a flat earther.
Yeah, we can find out pretty early on what kind of person we're dealing with when we ask a question like, have you ever seen curvature before? And they say, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
You ever go to the beach and see curvature? Oh, yeah, all the time. Oh, yeah.
God, I hate when they say that.
We had a shrimp boat captain on today, right?
Well,
that's his whole thing. He saw it from a boat.
Oh, gosh, him.
His argument's so broken, though. God, it's so broken.
You guys just don't know about buoy.
He said in between 25 miles there's curvature in between those buoys. 78 foot of drop. And I was like, how did
Granted,
bro, I'm like, I don't know. I said it 25 times. I don't know how many times exactly I said it, but I did keep telling him. I was like, I don't. And he's like, well, we measured it, like the fathoms, you know, the knots that you tie on a boat, and to know what the distance is they traveled. I'm like, okay, you're telling me about distance, bro. I'm asking for the drop over the distance. How did you measure it? And then he goes straight into his calculations. But this is how we calculate it. I'm like, oh my god, dude, I'm fucking gonna lose my shit. You keep saying this over. It's not what I'm asking. Like, you know, it keeps going that way. It's
Yeah,
funny
this
to-
is after he said distance doesn't matter. So it's like, okay, so drop over distance doesn't matter, you know. And then somebody else asked him, okay, how'd you measure that 78-foot drop? Boom, wig snatched.
Or you think
he was completely quiet,
but he's quiet because his machine is resetting, dude. Like, he's going back to the original argument. He's just fucking like a machine going back to zero. Like, it went all the way to 100, then it's going back to zero again. Like, you start all over. It's like, damn it. He
reset the odometer.
Yeah, he repeats the claim, dude. It's just like, no, that's not what we're saying. Shit.
You roll them over.
Yeah, it's like,
I still don't understand. Sorry, go ahead.
no, you go, because
I still don't understand where he's going with the 90 degrees, because, dude, he was on my space for 11 hours, and if you put like a triangle, if you put like a triangle on a sphere, it makes like a 90-degree angle or something, but then they diverge. I still don't understand where he's going with that, but he brings it up in every space sense because he thinks he's got me.
Yeah, he presupposes a sphere. It's like, okay, you say it's a sphere. How do you know? And if it's a line of sight observation, at what point does that line of sight observation bend?
Exactly.
Well, you go through your 6 miles and you can't see the buoys, so it's like you do understand we don't say we can see for forever, Star Crush. Like, somebody pointed out, that's the exact limit where like a buoy would disappear because of angular or resolution, right? Like we get, I think, is it 3 miles? We get 6 feet or something.
he was saying they spaced the distance between, how was it, the buoys or something, like 6 miles or something.
Yeah,
3 to 6.
you'd think a fisherman would really be keen on weather, visibility, and other such conditions, right? That they'd be checking that throughout the day, like how far am I able to see through the atmospheric haze?
Yeah, he said something.
This guy doesn't even take. I would say this guy doesn't even take a radio down his boat.
I don't know, man. He definitely didn't measure any drop over distance on his boat. Even Peter was saying that was a shit argument. He was like, that guy. I hate to say it, man, but it's a shit argument. And I was like, oh, no shit. So I was like, I bring Star Crush back. I got to hear this shit. And Star Crush, for some reason, looks up to Peter. He does.
That's funny. Well, Peter has less shitty arguments. That's all it is.
Yeah, they're not as shitty as his argument. I think, is it still in the nest? I bet you it is.
Yeah, I saw the ball that he had with the triangles. He's like, look, 390-degree
Yeah.
390 degrees on a ball.
It still
I
is.
saw that earlier. I was like, jeez.
The formula.
Yep. So measure it. Prove it. The claim of spherical excess, right? Okay. Did you measure that? Line of sight? Oh, so is the optical ray bending? It just happens to bend with the curvature of the Earth and it looks straight? Nice argument, dude.
You should see what he put above the question that he got like ironed out by the bot. He put on
No,
the very,
I didn't see that.
Yeah, on the top of the where it says here's the formula, right above it says squared, like what he typed in. Squared isn't it. It's squared isn't it. Try again, including putting my question in there. So it's in one screenshot. Like it didn't even, that doesn't make sense what he wrote there.
What in the world?
Yeesh. Yeah, it's AI was even saying like, dude, this doesn't make any sense, and he got upset. Dude. He's like, you don't understand. I'm 137 IQ, and I'm like,
I
okay.
heard that. I had a photographic memory when I was a baby.
And he started going into like, I don't know, some information. He was asking Overlord. I wasn't half paying attention to him. He's just.
He sounds fun. Get him back.
No, I don't know. Well, okay, but if you want to talk to him, he's happy to talk to you.
Who was that anyway?
Yeah, he's about as fun as a visit to the nursing home.
Oh, awesome stuff.
Yeah, he's about as fun as stubbing your toe on the edge of your bed when you're trying to get up to get a drink of water at night.
He pretends like he wants to have a conversation, but he just like overtalks everyone.
Oh yeah, every time.
Oh, we won't get along then. That's fine. Leave him where he is.
That would run Jedi hot, bro. When that happens, he'll forgive
He
you
kind of
like
reminds me
maybe
of that
2
guy.
times.
Doesn't he sound like that dude who claims to have original Apollo era photographs directly from NASA in a box in his garage, and that proves Earth is a globe? Remember that old dude?
Which guy are you talking about?
Oh man, he pops in every now and then to the politics server. Forgot his name. It's funny hearing a misinformation agent come in using his real name, apparently. I level.
I don't know who that guy is. Oh, on politics or on here?
Yeah. He sounds like he's got a thick French accent, and he's always whooping and flapping his arms.
Oh yeah, he's come in here before. He's called True Info nowadays. He's got like a little, like a library avatar.
He did a debate, I think, with Shane St. Pierre on YouTube. And the entire time he's like, well, I really don't have evidence for that. I'm not the one who can prove that. Somebody else did. Time and time again. It was pretty bad. He thinks he won.
There's a few I'll engage with. He's a very, I don't know, dug in Glober. It's hard to have a conversation with that guy.
Yeah. Yeah, the boomerang smacks him in the face, and he blames somebody else. He's just that kind of guy.
Yep.
Sounds like you guys had a pretty busy night. I was catching up earlier on the live stream. I think I'm at around 9:30 p.m. Eastern. So after this ends, I'm going to go listen. It was good to see Heretic and Overlord in here. We need more guys from the 24/7 crew coming in.
Yeah, man.
Eventually, we can keep this thing up 24/7.
That's kind of my hope, man. This thing just stays going, because it actually picks up a lot of steam, and then it just stays going. If I'm not mistaken, I think I could share the account, like there's a way to do it. I'm not really sure. Like you can let people be managers of your account. Do you know anything about that conspiracy?
Well, that's what I was going to say. I think you would need a shared account, and you'd need a co-host on stage for one guy to like drop, log out, and then somebody else to log in. And I think you have like a minute to do that. So you probably would have to figure something out with that. But I just want to say real quick on that too. Like Globers and just people are more prone to come in. You know, if they just see people on stage, right? And if there's always something happening, yeah, I think it'd be pretty awesome.
And we got a pretty diverse group, man, of individuals from everywhere around the planet. Yeah, people from under the ball, on the side of the ball, and according to Jedi, on the right side of the ball, and we're on the wrong side.
Well,
is there something like an organizational account that you can get on X?
I think so, man.
That as an organization you can share among people that way and not break TOS.
Well, that's what I was saying. I think if there's a I don't know what, I need to look into it, but there's a way I can put my account to where I can give people like the keys to come in and kind of manage my account, but not be the owner of it. You get what I'm saying? Like if you wanted to start
Yeah,
up a
maybe.
space, I'm not sure. I think that's how it works. You could start up a space or do something with it, but you're not the owner of it. I think that's how it works.
Right.
I gotta look into it.
Right, maybe Grok knows. Maybe someone can ask Grok. How do I do this on X, your own platform? Yeah, I think this is the future. Discord seems to be pretty much dried up as a fresh resource. I think 24/7 itself went through the entire Discord online community. Is only in the process now of catching newcomers to Discord itself. Besides the usual, usual appliances that come in and just hang around all day.
Oh shit, Nathan's over there on politics, man.
Yeah, that's been good. That's been breathing some life back into Discord, bringing people in.
He's over there right now.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. I left that server. It was getting frustrating.
We bloody miss you though, mate. I noticed you've been absent for a while, so you are missed.
Oh, thank you, Jedi. I appreciate knowing that.
Yeah, I guess this may be a good segue out. If you guys want to go check him out over there. I don't know. It's up to you.
I left the server. I probably shouldn't have because I dropped on my rolls and I did. I didn't realize that.
Oh shit.
How long
Anyway,
were you-
yeah.
Still on 24/7.
How long were you thinking of going for anyway, Alpha?
I was
Going-
thinking of probably dropping out because I had to work tonight, so I'm gonna get some rest. But like I was thinking, like Amish, man, I gotta figure something out, man, to hand the keys over to somebody and keep it going. Look at Indio's jumping in. The hell?
Who's here? Or in
Yeah,
politics?
he just jumped in.
Shoot. Maybe Indio can set up a space if he's got time. Wants to keep going.
Indio's Palme avatar needs to be updated, bro. The one that he's got on here. This one looks a bit worried.
It's low res.
It's low res and this one looks worried. He needs to have the other one that looks like he's about to defeat someone. He's putting a thumbs down. It's just saying, bro. Oh, hold on.
That's funny. I went over to Discord. I'm like, damn.
All right, Pop, thanks. I know you guys are about to shut down.
I copy and pasted and put in the purple pill for you.
Oh, thanks, bud. Is it possible to do what I thought you can? Like with my
It seems so. You'll need X Pro, but it seems like there's directions to do that.
I have that right now because I'm got my check mark.
Yeah, what's X Pro? Does that mean check mark?
No, what that
I
is?
think that is the higher tier
dude.
subscription service.
It's always out of reach. Damn
You're
it.
telling me they got something above the check mark now?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they have 3 tiers. It's kind of like Netflix, but I mean, yeah, it's kind of stupid.
I'm not at the platinum level, but then when you get to the platinum level, there's a diamond level. And when you get to the diamond level, there's fucking...
Yeah, the
And
fucked up thing is like you have to
Halo?
pay the most to cut out all the ads. Like they're gonna feed you ads no matter what until you pay the most.
I just want to have the shared account, man. But do I have to pay the most to get that feature?
I'm not sure. I just saw it real quick, and you were talking about getting out of the space, and I just wanted to copy paste it and get it to you real quick just before
No,
it goes off.
I do appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Thank you. Damn it. I was kind of hoping that it would be. I was already have the ability to do that. Because like I looked into the settings and I think it did show something about it. You could share.
Yeah, it says that you can delegate roles. like there's specific features to delegate roles to people, and they'll have access to I want to say it's the account itself. So maybe you would have to either, I don't know if lets you make subsidiary accounts for shit like this, or if you would have to come up with a whole new one.
Interesting. As soon as I log off here, I'm gonna check that out. What's up, Indio? You get your 2-hour nap?
Yeah, that's it. You figured it out, man.
Fuck, dude, I don't know. Like fucking Indio. He's a machine, dude. I don't know how he's good with like 2 or 3 hours. Like that's insane, dude.
I'll sleep when I'm dead.
Oh shit.
There's that circadian rhythm, which isn't the circadian rhythm, where you're on a 48-hour schedule and you sleep for 12 hours out of 48. They had this guy in France went into a cave. This is in the 1970s, and he was basically cut off from the outside world, and his body quickly adjusted to a 48-hour schedule with a 12-hour sleep in there. I thought that was pretty interesting.
He was up for 2 days and slept for half a day.
So you're up for 36 hours and you sleep for 12, and then you're up for 36 hours and you sleep for 12. And some people think that might be a more natural rhythm.
Damn.
Crazy, right?
Donna's giving thumbs up.
My understanding is that when they study people that are primitive, what we call primitive, like people that live in the rainforest or the African jungle, that are still living like subsistence Stone Age living, they sleep a lot more than people. Like they take a lot of naps, right? They go to sleep like they're not on a clock. Just like if they just want to like pass out for a little while, as long as they're in a safe place, they just like fall asleep and then wake up and then stay up for a few hours and pass out, wake up. They don't do like a continuous. We wake up and then we do a whole day and then we go to sleep. And not me, other people, normal people. I'm abnormal.
No, that'd be kind of crazy, right? If we had like a live stream or a space where we would all stay in here and we just go to sleep, wake up, and then come right back on decks, just like continuous ball smack, flat smacking it, the ballers.
Yeah,
Ball
like
smack.
when you guys talk about like transferring the host, like how do you do that? Is that even
Well, that's
possible?
what I was asking. I didn't know it was possible. I didn't know you could do it. But Dan Sand said you can.
Because I'm looking, I don't see nothing. Host can
Apparently in the
transfer
settings,
primary admin rights to another co-host. It doesn't say anything like transferring.
I would like to do that. If I
Yeah.
could.
They probably don't let you because then, like you said, the space could go on forever, right?
Well, if you have the login credentials, there's no reason I don't see why. Well, maybe if you logged out, the space would end, so maybe that would happen. That probably would
Well,
happen.
no, because like check this out, man. And I've done this before. I could log in on my phone and my PC at the same time, and you hear an echo. When you hear an echo when I'm talking, that's because I'm logged in on both my phone and the PC. So technically, somebody could have my login credentials and be like, I guess as soon as I'm ready to leave, you can log in with my account and just keep it going.
I mean, we could make like a dummy account and do it, and everybody, like whoever wants to host a space, like a 24/7 account, and then
Yeah.
that would host a space, and then anybody could just basically puppet it, right?
Here, just give me a few minutes, Alpha. I'm gonna get Grok to tell me some specific answers and see how to use X Pro specifically.
Dan, and ask him what tier level, because then we'd know exactly if it was just the mid tier.
Well, it's a premium feature, but it's somehow a tool that I can't find on my phone app. So I'm thinking maybe I got to sign on to the browser or something. I'm gonna ask Grok like where it's at.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Get any good action last night?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, I remember. Like, I fell asleep when you guys were you're arguing with that dude. The dude was the guy that was trying to abandon objective reality.
Oh, that went on. That went fucking
Yeah, I
on,
know. It was
dude.
going on for a while. He was like, it's only objective if two people agree on it. Like, no, dude, no. It doesn't matter who agrees on it.
Like Kyrgyz fell into that camp too. I hate to say it.
And then he was like, I'll just accept your world. We go, just shut up, dude. Like, he didn't get it. Or, like, maybe he did get it, but they want to cling to this thing, everything's just an opinion or my truth shit, dude. They love it. Like, I don't know what it is, why they would even want to believe that. I don't even understand
I
why they
think
would.
it's mental masturbation, bro. That's what it winds up being. It just feels like a superior position because they can tell you, how do you know? Well, yeah, how do you know? Like, how do you know? And if you just never, it's just never, there's never nothing anybody, like if we walk outside and I say, that's the sun over there, and you're like, no, it's the moon. Like, we're never going to have, there's no reality in which you and I exist that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's not how that's just how you perceive it. I perceive it some other way, right? And then
Yeah.
there is, once it becomes there is no truth, you can actually never be wrong.
Yep.
But the thing is, they don't like the flip side of that, where you can actually never be right either. So,
Yeah.
you know how it goes, right? I don't know if anything's real, but I know the Earth's a globe. Like, what?
Okay, no, I said it even, I flipped that around and said, well, can you imagine if we were saying that statement? I know the earth is flat 99.999%. Now, you can not believe in the globe and then trust me about flat earth because I know it 99.9%. So I'm like, why would you leave the globe if somebody's that unsure? There's a sliver of a chance you could be wrong and it is a globe. Like,
Hey, Alpha, I got the info for you. So it is a premium tool. It's its own app. And basically what you would do, ideally, what I would think you would do, you would create a flat earth account. You would use the X Pro on the account that you mainly use for, for you. And then you would link the secondary account that you make for the flat earth group, put that on that X Pro app, and then you'll be able to control that app. Now, through that app, you will be able to allow other people who have access to X Pro through the premium tier subscription access
that's the
to
last
do
tier,
that.
Dan? The last tier?
I think that it specifies that it is premium. I think that is the upper
Last.
tier. But I got to here. Let me see if there's like if they call those all premium or if there's like
Yeah.
different names for
It's
premium. Hold
premium
on.
and premium plus. X Pro is kind of like a different display of X. So
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
if you go on in a browser right now and type in pro.twitter.com, you'll get an X Pro dashboard, right? I think they call it TweetDeck or some stupid shit. Who fucking knows?
Because everybody
Yeah,
with
that was the old name for it.
Everybody with a blue check mark has premium, no?
Yes, but there's a premium plus plan, which I thought only just gave you like extra visibility. I didn't think it did anything beyond that.
Well, it sounds like it does this, by the way he's explaining it.
There is an X Pro
If you
app.
go to the tiered list, like where you see like the difference of subscription service, I think it'll pinpoint in the middle service or the first one. I'm pretty sure like if you get the cheapest one, that may probably work for you as well. But you'll definitely see it in the list of shit there.
I could already have the accessibility, and you and Indio and Amish and everybody with a blue check mark. I'm thinking. I don't know. But thanks anyways, Dan. I'm gonna look into it some more. But it's kind of the direction I think we should be going with on X.
Okay, yeah, AI says that yeah, the check mark is it meets the requirements of premium or whatever the fuck that means. But yeah,
Nice,
it
nice, nice.
highlighted that. So download the pro and then I guess make a bullshit account for Flat Earth. And then we can somehow find a way to share it.
Didn't Helio already do that, Indio? Because I have access to it. He just messaged me right now.
We have a Twitter account too. Like we have a 24/7 account
Yeah, that's what
that
I.
we set up a while ago, but nobody
Oh,
actually uses it. I mean, I'd prefer to use
yeah.
like
Look,
Helios or something like that.
he just he just messaged me. He just said exactly what we were talking about right now. He said, "Use my 24/7 account to create a space." That is really what I gave you guys perms. This, then you could just switch the host to someone that has perms.
Yeah, but you would need the full credentials. You would need the name and the password. So I mean, as long as nobody minds giving up the name and the password to it, then
Oh, hold on. He's gonna text me again. That account has pro. He says.
Shout out Helio.
Thanks, Yo-Yo. That's great. We could probably get this
Helio's
going
doing so
today.
much shit in the
He's
background.
thinking ahead. Yeah, it's in here actually right now. It's in here right now. That's the account that's in here right now.
Dude, he like tells me I did this, that, and the other thing. Like, how do you do? Like, I'm about to ask him when he sleeps. Like, because he'll just like DM me in Discord and said he did a bunch of things, and I'm like, he like has all this audio, like a Google Drive full of like clips, right? Episodes. Now they're all in audio format. I mean, good luck sifting through all those, man. We have to get an AI to like episodize them or whatever they do, clip them because it's so much. It's like
Oh, he's
hours and
India.
hours and hours.
He's got pro and plus on that account. Fucking, it's got all. It's got it all. It's got the Cadillac version. So
Yeah. Well, I actually just wanted to say what's up and see what was going on, but I got to get the hell off. So when you end this and I get to listen to recording, is there anything I should be looking for? I'm not listening to that other guy again. Listen to him freaking talk about he don't know if he ever ate before. Look at that
it was
shit.
kind of a shit show for a little bit. I ain't gonna lie, dude. We had to let Peter and them other guys run around.
Dude, Peter's a numpty dude. He's
Yeah,
really like
he's a
starting to really devolve in his argumentation, his attitude, everything. I think like I don't know, maybe his drinking's getting to him or something. I don't know.
yeah, I get it. Yeah, he's
Because think about like maybe like 6 months ago, his attitude. His attitude now is just ass.
it is ass.
Hey
Yeah, no.
Keith, what's going on, man?
Grand rising to all you beautiful people.
Well, we want the anti-flat earthers to see we're like all awake and doing shit, and they're like, oh shit, there's more of them. They're multiplying. Because you know how they like to gaslight. Flat Earth is dying. I've been hearing that for like 5 years, man. Wow, Flat Earth is dying. What do you think they think we're gonna do? Like, oh, you're right, Flat Earth is dying. Let me go back to the globe. Is that what we're supposed to do?
Hell no, dude.
That's what they think. Like they're gonna gaslight us back to the globe.
Yeah, it's like the. Never mind. I won't say politics in here. I was gonna say something political. I'll shut up.
His Piper showed up yet?
Hell no.
Nah, he just talks shit in the timeline. You know how he does it.
Well, we
He's
had
been off becoming.
Flurfurter. I thought by some miracle Piper'd show up.
Nope.
Was it last
I
night?
want
I
him to
think he
show
was
up.
interacting. AJ was trying to get him in here. Was that last night or the night before?
Night before.
Yeah.
Night before.
Yeah, he was going back and forth in DMs with AJ, man, but AJ couldn't freaking get him in here.
No, AJ's busy right now making hand over fist on Bitcoin. Dude, his stuff pumped, bro. He was at 60 some thousand. Now it's Bitcoin's like 72. So he was making a little dough on the side. That's what he was busy. He was busy with family and stuff. Otherwise, he'd be in here.
Man, I am so glad I bought that 100,000 Bitcoins back in '09 for like $1.34. Oh, wait. Yeah, I passed on that because I thought it was the stupidest thing ever. And the computer that I did use to finally mine 9 coins after a month, when I was like, wow, it cost me more for the electricity than the coins, and I ended up throwing that laptop out. Yeah, stuff like that hurts.
Damn.
I had
I think I would have felt
400
better
bro.
without that story.
Yeah, I had
You know, what
400 and I sold them for $17 each.
Do you guys remember the first purchase? What was it? Some dude was like, he was hungry, so he got 2 pizzas, but paid like 100,000 Bitcoin for them. So if anybody in here thinks you ever have regrets for mistakes they've made in life, just remember there is a dude that paid like, yeah, billions of dollars to have 2 pizzas delivered.
Look, I fixed somebody's Xbox. This is probably like a while ago now. It's probably like 10 years ago. And I just happened, he had like a red rig of death. So I know how to fix that. And went over his house to fix it. We start talking. And this is like in 20, so this is 2012. Yeah, this is 2012. We're talking about Bitcoin. And he says, yeah, because at that time it was probably worth like $30. We're talking about, he said his wife, they moved. He said he had just moved from somewhere to there, and his wife had thrown away his computer, so he mined it on a computer when you could mine it with a CPU. But then he bought another computer, but that old computer that had all the Bitcoin on it was like in the closet. His wife threw it away, so it was in the landfill, and he actually paid the landfill like $10,000 to like try and find it, but they never actually found it. But it was something like $1.5 million Bitcoin or something. So it was some ridiculous number. Because when you could mine with a CPU, it would you'd get a block like in like milliseconds. Because I actually had it, I installed it early on, and I mined it with the CPU, and I thought it was stupid. Like I'm like, wait, I didn't understand it at the time, right? I basically installed it, watched it give me like 50 Bitcoin, 50 Bitcoin, 50 Bitcoin, 50 Bitcoin, 50 Bitcoin. I'm like, I don't understand like how this works. Like, how is this ever going to be valuable? That's what I thought at the time, and I just uninstalled it. And I probably had mined like 10,000 Bitcoin in like freaking 10 minutes, just because, like I said, you could mine it with the CPU. It was nothing back then.
Yeah, I was in a mining pool when it first started. I didn't even know what it was. I didn't understand it, but everybody told me, like, you're going to make money. All you got to do is hook up your computer and let us use your excess processing power. Um, and after a month, I sat down with a calculator, and I forget what it was. It was either 0.9 of a Bitcoin or 9 Bitcoins. My ex used to say it was 0.9. I remembered it being 9. But figuring out how much electricity that the laptop used, I know you guys are gonna like hate on me for this, but I was like $1.50 for something that like is worth like a tenth of a cent. I'm like, this is the biggest losing thing ever, and I just stopped doing it. But then the laptop, it was just, it was a Walmart laptop. I paid like $250 for, and inevitably it was just too old to really run, and it was too old to even like pass off to somebody else that needed a laptop real bad, and it got thrown out. The battery didn't even work. Like, it had to be plugged in while it was turned on, otherwise it would instantly turn off. I mean, the thing was just dying. And yeah, now it's just like, wow, I bet somebody's gonna go start one of those like businesses where they try to find like old laptops just to search through them to see if anybody had a Bitcoin wallet or something that like maybe a family member or someone didn't know about, because it's almost worth it at that point now. If you could find a stash of laptops from 2012, yeah, I would say it'd be worth it to look through them.
Or hard drives. So find a place that does hard drive pulls and be like, well, I want a stack of hard drives that you pulled from 2012.
Think of the recycling companies that were just taking them for free.
But here's the thing
Damn.
about Bitcoin, right? How do you know Bitcoin went up to what'd you say? It went up to 60, 77.
75 right.
Right. So how do you know that? How do you know that happened? How do you know the American dollar just didn't inflate? That Bitcoin didn't become more valuable. Money, paper money, just became more worthless. You know what I'm saying? Like the dollar,
What's
I guess
funny?
inflation could have just made the dollar. Bitcoin stayed the same price, but the same value, but the dollar became less valuable. That's the thing. You don't know which is going on, right? Are more people trying to get Bitcoin, or is the dollar more people just fucking trying to get rid of their dollars?
Yeah, I'm not operating in the world where I think it's a real free market, but it is interesting that the Dixie was up and gold and silver were down. So I'll just end it there. But I mean, it's just people say, oh, it's a good investment because of how much it's gone up. It's gone up astronomically, over the last 13 years or whatever, 15, 16 cents it's been embedded. Like, I wouldn't say that makes it like a great form of money. Like, somebody saying, oh, the more volatile, the better. Like, I mean, yeah. I think the powers that be, they invented the futures market to make things more volatile. So it's kind of playing into their hand.
I mean, I can only talk for another couple minutes. I gotta do shit. But
Yep. When you leave, I'm probably gonna call it
it's
too. So.
utility, man. Like really, like I don't know. No one. I shouldn't say nobody gets this, man. But like really, till you can buy. Okay, remember when COVID happened? Everyone was going crazy, like about trying to buy everything. Until if a pandemic happens and you can do that with Bitcoin, right? There's a crisis, and I can use my Bitcoin to buy toilet paper, eggs, cheese, butter, milk. It's never going to have a utility of the same amount of utility as a dollar, because you can't purchase the same thing. You always have to take your Bitcoin, convert it into dollars, and then do your thing, right? But if you want it on par with a dollar, you actually have to be able to do what the dollar does with it. I don't care about the paying taxes thing. They can go suck a dick. That's part of why the dollar's worth more. You need dollars to pay taxes. But the thing is, why that's that's the craziest thing. Oh, you need dollars to pay taxes. But when I make the dollars, that's what makes the taxes in the first place. That makes no sense, man, right? Like, I wouldn't have any taxes to pay if I didn't chase the dollars to pay the taxes. But, whatever. This isn't an exposition on, crypto or the money system here.
Yeah. We can talk about that in a space one day for sure.
Hey Keith, you got more knowledge to drop on Tartaria?
Why they thought it was flat and why I'm going into what their version of the conspiracy to promote flat Earth and the historical timeline of it, and it's just absolutely crazy. I was literally reading it as you said that.
How much time do you have, Alpha? Because I'll open up a space if you want to get out of here.
Yeah. If everybody wants to divert over to Dan Sanders, whoever's gonna open it up, because I gotta get going. So.
Alpha, I'm sorry I didn't get here sooner, bud, and I'm sorry that when I came in, I started talking about something that was off topic. I didn't know that you were going to be gone that soon. I apologize, brother, and I can't wait to catch the next space.
Yeah, well, you can see we have up to episode 17, but we're doing a continuing series. We're gonna continue to do it. My time's different. I don't know if you're in America. I start Central Time about anywhere from like 10 to 11 at night. We go all the way up till like right now, which is like 7:30 in the morning Central. So might not be your time frame, but that's what I do.
That's like my exact bedtime hours.
Yeah,
like 10 p.m. Eastern. I get up, like 2 hours. Well, right about now, about an hour ago. So, but anyway, I will try to catch you earlier on the next couple that I see you in. And thank you for hosting. We need more hosts.
Yeah. I love doing this. So, but yeah, check out my other streams, and then you'll see where I'm at with everything. So it'll kind of give you baseline for what we do here. All right, shout out to everybody. Appreciate everyone that's joined us, and I'm just gonna say adieu to everybody, and don't forget to shoot me a follow. We're gonna keep doing what we do, and hopefully you guys join us. Yeah. All right, later, guys. Have a good one.
https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted. AI enters the VC.